Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1, the new tenant complained about a foul smell. Maintenance opened the locked closet in 6B and found a floral suitcase duct-taped shut. Inside, clothing, jewelry, and a handwritten letter addressed to a woman who hadn't lived there in over 20 years. She was never reported missing. Ridgewood Apartments had always been unremarkable. Located on the outskirts of Mansfield, Ohio, the three-story brick complex blended into the landscape of similar mid-range rental properties that dotted the edges of the once thriving industrial town. Built in 1986, the building had weathered decades of economic ups and downs, changing hands between property management companies that each promised renovations that never quite materialized. Marcus Coleman was 26 when he signed the lease for apartment 6B in April 2023. A recent graduate with a degree in information systems, he had accepted a position at the regional hospital and needed an affordable place while he built up savings. The apartment wasn't impressive, standard beige walls, worn carpeting, and appliances from at least 2 decades prior, but the rent fit his budget. It wasn't awful, Marcus would later tell investigators, just tired looking like everything else around here, but it was clean enough. The previous tenant had moved out nearly 2 months before. According to the rental office, the woman had been elderly and relocated to assisted living after a fall. The apartment had been vacant since February, receiving only a cursory cleaning and a fresh coat of paint in the bathroom before being listed again. Marcus didn't notice anything unusual during the walk-through. The maintenance supervisor, Ray Holloway, had shown him around briskly, pointing out the new thermostat and mentioning that the hall closet had a sticky door, but nothing to worry about. Marcus had barely glanced at the closet during the tour, focusing instead on the apartment's proximity to his new workplace and the covered parking space included in the lease. It wasn't until his third night in the apartment that Marcus first detected the odor. "At first I thought it was just old building smell," he said. "You know how places like this have that specific smell, part mildew, part old carpet, but by day 3 it was getting worse." He had been unpacking boxes in the living room when he first noticed it, a faint but unmistakable sourness that seemed to intensify in the hallway. Initially, Marcus assumed it was coming from the bathroom drain or perhaps the kitchen garbage disposal. He ran hot water down both, poured baking soda and vinegar into the drains, and opened the windows to air out the space. By the weekend, the smell had become unbearable. It was like something had died in the walls, Marcus recalled. "I couldn't sleep, I couldn't eat. It filled the whole apartment, but it seemed strongest in the hallway near that closet." On Sunday morning, 5 days after moving in, Marcus called the emergency maintenance line. Ray Holloway arrived 2 hours later, visibly annoyed at being called in on his day off. "He kept insisting it was probably a dead mouse in the wall," Marcus said, "but I knew it was something worse. You just know, that smell isn't something you forget." Holloway reluctantly examined the apartment, checking the usual trouble spots behind the refrigerator, under the sink, around the air vents. When they reached the hallway closet, Marcus pointed out that the door seemed to be stuck more severely than during the initial showing. "I haven't even been able to open it yet," he told Holloway. "I figured I'd deal with it later when I had more stuff to store." Holloway pulled at the handle, confirming it was indeed jammed. Previous tenant probably slammed it too hard, warped the frame, he muttered, retrieving a screwdriver from his tool belt. After several minutes of fiddling with the latch, the door suddenly gave way, swinging open to reveal a closet that appeared empty except for a single item pushed against the back wall. It was a floral suitcase, vintage in style, with a pattern of faded roses against a navy background. The kind common in the 1970s, hard-sided with brass latches. A thick layer of dust covered its surface, but most noticeable was the silver duct tape wrapped multiple times around its middle, sealing it shut. I remember thinking it was strange that the previous tenant would leave something behind, especially locked in a closet like that, Marcus said. But then the smell hit us both and Ray's face just changed. The odor that emanated from the closet was overwhelming, a sharp, sweet-sick smell that instantly filled the hallway. Holloway stepped back, covering his mouth and nose with his sleeve. "Don't touch it," he told Marcus. "I'm calling the police." Officer Sarah Delaney was the first to respond to the call. A 7-year veteran of the Mansfield Police Department, she had handled her share of unusual situations, but the scene at apartment 6B gave even her pause. Most of the time when we get calls about strange smells and suspicious containers, it turns out to be nothing, Officer Delaney would later say. Food left to rot, old chemicals, forgotten pet waste, but this was different. The way the suitcase was sealed, hidden away, it had intent written all over it. Following protocol, Officer Delaney called for backup and secured the scene. Marcus was asked to wait outside while additional officers arrived, including Detective James Mercer, who had been with the department's Criminal Investigation Division for 15 years. The suitcase was photographed in place before being carefully removed from the closet and placed on a plastic sheet in the living room. Detective Mercer, now wearing gloves and a mask, slowly cut through the layers of duct tape. "The smell was bad, but not what we expected," Detective Mercer recounted. "It wasn't decomposition, at least not human decomposition. It was more chemical, mixed with something organic that had gone bad." When the suitcase was finally opened, the contents were both mundane and deeply unsettling. There was no body, no human remains. Instead, the suitcase contained women's clothing, dresses, blouses, and undergarments that appeared to be from the early 2000s based on their style. Several pieces of costume jewelry were wrapped in tissue paper. A small makeup bag held expired cosmetics, the powders crumbled and the liquids separated. But it was the envelope tucked between the folded clothes that caught Detective Mercer's attention. Addressed simply to Elaine, the yellowing envelope contained a 6-page handwritten letter that began, "By the time you find this, I will be long gone. Not dead, just gone from this place, gone from this life you forced on me." The signature at the bottom of the final page read, "Catherine Woodson." According to the property management company's records, no one named Catherine Woodson had ever officially leased apartment 6B. The most recent tenant before Marcus was Doris Hemphill, an 81-year-old woman who had lived there for just under 3 years before moving to Oak Ridge Assisted Living in February. Before Doris, the records showed a revolving door of short-term tenants over the previous decade, none named Catherine or Elaine. The longest-standing tenant had been a Jennifer Martinez, who had rented the apartment from 1998 to 2005. "That's when things got interesting," Detective Mercer said. "We ran the names through our database and found an Elaine Woodson who had lived in the building, not in 6B, but in 8A from 1995 to 2001. A search for Catherine Woodson yielded results that changed the course of the investigation. Catherine Woodson, born Catherine Elkins, had been reported missing in September 2001 by her employer when she failed to show up for work 3 days in a row. Catherine, then 27, had been a bank teller at Mansfield Community Bank. Her case had gone cold after initial investigations found no signs of foul play. According to the original missing person report, Catherine had lived alone in an apartment across town. Her family, interviewed at the time, stated that Catherine had mentioned plans to start over somewhere new, but had not specified where or when. With no evidence of a crime and an adult who had hinted at voluntary departure, the case had eventually been classified as a probable voluntary disappearance. What connection did Catherine have to apartment 6B, and who was Elaine to her? The answer lay partly in the letter found in the suitcase, which detailed a relationship between Catherine and an Elaine whom she referred to as both sister and captor. "You've kept me in your shadow since we were children," the letter read. "Made me believe I needed you to survive, but I found the strength to live, to become someone you can't control." Further investigation confirmed that Elaine Woodson had indeed been Catherine's older sister by 4 years. What the original missing person investigation had failed to uncover was that Catherine had briefly moved in with Elaine following a breakup in early 2001, though she had never changed her official address. The letter suggested a deeply troubled relationship, Detective Mercer explained. Catherine wrote about psychological manipulation, about feeling erased by her sister's stronger personality. She described the apartment as a prison and Elaine as her warden. The most disturbing passage came near the end of the letter. "I'm leaving behind these pieces of the person you tried to make me become. The clothes you said would fix me, the makeup you insisted I needed, the jewelry you claimed would make people respect me. I'm shedding this skin. Consider this my funeral for the Catherine you wanted." The investigation turned to tracking down Elaine Woodson, who had moved from Mansfield in late 2001, shortly after Catherine's disappearance. Records showed she had relocated multiple times since then, with addresses in Pennsylvania, Virginia, and most recently, Arizona. When located by local authorities working with the Mansfield Police Department, Elaine Woodson, now 52, expressed shock at being contacted about her sister after so many years. "I thought she was living her life somewhere just as she wanted," Elaine told investigators during her initial interview. "She left a note saying she needed space, that she'd contact me when she was ready. I never heard from her again." Elaine denied any knowledge of the suitcase or how it ended up in apartment 6B, maintaining that she had never entered the apartment after moving out in 2001. When shown the letter, she became visibly distressed. "That's not Catherine's handwriting," she insisted. "And those things she supposedly wrote, that's not our relationship at all. I took her in when she was struggling. I tried to help her." The investigation into what happened to Catherine Woodson continues. Forensic analysis of the suitcase and its contents has yielded inconclusive results. The chemical smell that Marcus Coleman detected came from mothballs and preservatives that had been placed in the suitcase, combined with the natural deterioration of the fabrics and cosmetics inside. Perhaps most perplexing is how the suitcase came to be in apartment 6B, a unit Catherine Woodson never officially lived in, and how it remained undiscovered through multiple tenants and inspections over 2 decades. Someone wanted that suitcase to be found eventually, Detective Mercer theorized. The question is whether it was Catherine herself, leaving behind a message before disappearing voluntarily, or something more sinister. For Marcus Coleman, the experience has left a lasting impression. He broke his lease and moved out of Ridgewood Apartments within days of the discovery. "I couldn't stay there knowing what had been hidden just feet from where I slept," he said. "And I keep thinking about Catherine, whether she's out there somewhere, living the life she wanted, or whether something happened to her that we still don't understand." The case of Catherine Woodson and the suitcase in apartment 6B remains officially open. Her name still appears in the National Missing Persons database, her status unchanged since 2001. Her driver's license has never been renewed. Her social security number shows no employment history after her disappearance, and no financial accounts have been accessed. As Detective Mercer puts it, people don't just vanish without a trace in this day and age unless they really want to, or unless someone makes them vanish. The question is, which was it for Catherine Woodson? In Mansfield, rumors persist. Some claim to have seen someone matching Catherine's description in nearby towns over the years. Others whisper about Elaine, who has since returned to Ohio to live with a cousin in Columbus, suggesting she knows more than she's revealed. The suitcase and its contents remain in the evidence room at the Mansfield Police Department, a time capsule of a life interrupted, or perhaps, as the letter suggests, a life deliberately abandoned. And in apartment 6B, now occupied by a new tenant unaware of its history, the hallway closet stands open, its door having been removed and replaced during the investigation. Some secrets remain locked away, while others, like the contents of a forgotten suitcase, eventually find their way into the light. Crime 2, she thought it was just a storage room, but behind the broken bookshelf she discovered a small nursery, crib, rocking chair, even toys. No windows, no light. Above the crib, written in red crayon, SHH, she's almost asleep. Laurel Creek, Ohio wasn't the kind of place where people locked their doors. A town of barely 5,000 souls nestled in the foothills of Appalachia, it was the kind of community where everyone knew everyone else, or at least thought they did. Catherine Weaver had grown up there, left for college, then returned after her divorce from James, her husband of 7 years. She came back with her daughter, Emma, just 3 years old at the time. Catherine's parents had passed away while she was in Boston, but they'd left her the old Victorian on Sycamore Street, the pale yellow house with the wraparound porch where Catherine had spent her own childhood. Emma was a quiet child. Fair-haired and solemn-eyed, she rarely spoke above a whisper. Catherine's sister, Mary, who lived 2 towns over, often commented that she'd never met a more serious toddler. "It's like she's carrying the weight of the world," Mary had said once, watching Emma arrange her dolls in perfect rows, their faces all turned in the same direction. Catherine attributed her daughter's demeanor to the divorce, to the late-night arguments Emma had witnessed, to the tension that had filled their apartment in Boston. She hoped that Laurel Creek, with its quiet streets and familiar faces, would help Emma come out of her shell. For the first 6 months, it seemed to be working. Emma began to smile more. She made a friend, another little girl from her preschool class. She even laughed out loud one afternoon while they were picking blackberries in the back garden, a sound so unexpected that Catherine had frozen berry juice staining her fingers purple, tears welling in her eyes. On Tuesdays and Thursdays, Catherine worked late at the local library. Mary would come over to watch Emma, arriving just as Catherine was leaving for her evening shift. It was a Tuesday in September when everything changed. The call came at 8:37 p.m. Catherine was helping an elderly patron find a specific edition of a poetry collection when her phone vibrated in her pocket. Mary's name flashed on the screen. "Emma's gone," Mary's voice was thin with panic. "I went to check on her. She was sleeping, Catherine. I swear she was sleeping, and now she's not in her bed. I've looked everywhere." By the time Catherine arrived home, there were already 2 police cruisers parked on Sycamore Street, their lights painting the yellow Victorian in alternating washes of red and blue. Officer Daniel Larson, who had been 2 years behind Catherine in high school, met her on the porch. "We're searching the house and grounds," he said, his voice professionally calm but his eyes betraying concern. "Kids this age, they hide, they fall asleep in closets, under beds." But Emma wasn't in any closet, she wasn't under any bed, she wasn't in the garden or the basement or the attic. By midnight, half the town was out with flashlights, calling Emma's name into the dark. 3 days passed, then a week. Emma's face appeared on regional news channels. The FBI sent 2 agents from their Columbus field office. They set up a command center in the community hall. They interviewed neighbors, teachers, the handful of registered sex offenders in the county. They seized Catherine's and Mary's phones, examined their computers. They interviewed James in Boston, who had an airtight alibi. He'd been on a business trip to Seattle with dozens of witnesses. October came, painting the trees around Laurel Creek in shades of fire. Still no Emma. Catherine existed in a fog of grief and fear. She ate when Mary reminded her to eat. She answered the same questions from different officers, different agents. She stared at her phone, willing it to ring with news, any news. It was Mary who first noticed the oddities in the house. "Did you move the picture frames?" she asked one evening, staring at the arrangement on the mantelpiece. Catherine looked up from her untouched dinner. "What?" "The pictures, they're rearranged." Catherine hadn't touched them, neither had Mary, but someone had moved each frame precisely 1 inch to the left. The next day, Catherine found Emma's favorite stuffed rabbit, missing since her disappearance, sitting at the kitchen table, positioned as if having breakfast. When she called Officer Larson, he suggested that Catherine herself had placed it there and forgotten. Grief could do strange things to memory. Or perhaps Mary had found it while cleaning and set it down absent-mindedly. But other things began to change. Small items disappeared and reappeared in different locations. The thermostat would be set lower in the mornings, though no one remembered adjusting it. Twice, Catherine woke to find her bedroom door open, though she distinctly remembered closing it before bed. "I think someone's been in the house," she told Agent Sawyer, the lead FBI investigator on Emma's case. They installed security cameras. They changed the locks. For 3 nights, an officer sat in a cruiser outside the house. Nothing unusual was recorded. No strange figures appeared on the footage. No one tried to use the old keys. Then in early November, Catherine woke to the sound of singing. Soft, barely audible, it drifted up from somewhere below her bedroom. A child's voice singing a lullaby, the same one Catherine used to sing to Emma. Catherine followed the sound, her heart hammering so hard she could feel it in her throat. The singing led her to a door off the kitchen, the door to what had once been a pantry but had long ago been converted to storage. It was filled with old furniture draped in sheets, boxes of holiday decorations, forgotten household items. The singing seemed to be coming from behind the heavy oak bookcase against the far wall. With strength she didn't know she possessed, Catherine pushed the bookcase aside. Behind it was another door, smaller, painted the same color as the wall, easy to miss if you weren't looking for it. The singing stopped. With trembling hands, Catherine opened the door and found herself looking into a perfectly arranged nursery. A white crib stood against one wall. A rocking chair sat in the corner. Toys were neatly arranged on shelves. There was no window, no source of natural light, only a small lamp shaped like a carousel that cast shadows of prancing horses on the walls. And above the crib, written in red crayon, SHH, she's almost asleep. The room was empty. When the police arrived, Officer Larson stared at the hidden nursery with disbelief. This wasn't here during our search, he insisted. We checked every inch of this house. The forensics team found fingerprints, dozens of them. Most matched Catherine, Mary, or Emma, but some belonged to someone else, someone not in the system. They also found hair, long, dark strands that matched neither Catherine's honey blonde nor Mary's auburn. And on the underside of the crib mattress, they discovered a name written in the same red crayon, Sarah. No one in Laurel Creek knew a Sarah who might be connected to the case. Catherine had no friends by that name. The previous owners of the house, traced back 3 generations, had no family members called Sarah. Then Detective Larson made a connection. 27 years earlier, in a town 50 miles from Laurel Creek, a 3-year-old girl named Sarah Kelly had disappeared from her bed one night. She was never found. The case had gone cold decades ago. Sarah would be 30 now, the same age as Catherine. Agent Sawyer expanded the search, looking for women named Sarah in their late 20s or early 30s who might have recently moved to the area. But Laurel Creek was small, and newcomers were few and easily accounted for. The case took another turn when the forensics team found something else in the hidden nursery, a journal tucked between the mattress and the frame of the crib. Inside were entries dating back 6 months, written in a childlike scrawl. My little Emma is so beautiful when she sleeps. She looks just like my Sarah did. They told me my baby died, but I know they lied. They always lie. I found her again, my Sarah. She calls herself Emma now, but I know it's her. Same eyes, same little mouth. She belongs with me. The handwriting matched none of the samples they had on file. It wasn't Catherine's. It wasn't Mary's. It belonged to someone who had been watching Emma for months, someone who believed the child was her own. 2 days after the discovery of the nursery, the security cameras Catherine had installed captured something unusual. At 2:17 a.m., a figure moved through the kitchen, a woman tall and thin with long dark hair. She moved with the confidence of someone familiar with the space, opening cabinets, preparing what appeared to be a child's meal. A small sandwich cut into triangles, apple slices arranged in a flower pattern. The woman carried the plate to the storage room door, but before entering, she looked directly at the camera. Her face was gaunt, her eyes wide and unblinking. She smiled, a sad, knowing smile, and then disappeared into the room. By the time police arrived, the woman was gone, so was the plate of food. The hidden nursery remained empty, untouched since the forensic team had processed it. They found no sign of Emma. 3 more weeks passed. The first snow fell on Laurel Creek. The search for Emma continued, but with diminishing resources. Other cases demanded attention. The FBI agents returned to Columbus, leaving only Agent Sawyer as liaison. Catherine refused to leave the house, convinced that Emma would return to it, or that the mysterious woman would return with information. She slept little, ate less. She sat for hours in the hidden nursery, reading Emma's favorite books aloud to the empty room, hoping her voice would somehow reach her daughter. It was during one of these vigils, nearly 7 weeks after Emma's disappearance, that Catherine heard it again, the singing. This time it seemed to be coming from outside. She followed the sound to the back garden, where frost had blackened the remains of summer flowers. There, sitting on the old swing that hung from the oak tree, was a woman with long dark hair. In her arms was a child, wrapped in a blanket. "Emma, she's almost asleep," the woman said, her voice soft and melodic. "We shouldn't wake her." Catherine approached slowly, afraid any sudden movement might startle the woman into fleeing, or worse. "Sarah," Catherine whispered. The woman looked up, surprised. "You know my name." "Yes, I know your name is Sarah, and I know that's my daughter." Sarah's arms tightened around Emma. "No," she said, her voice suddenly hard. "She's my Sarah, my baby. They told me she died, but I found her again." In the dim light from the back porch, Catherine could see that Emma appeared unharmed. She was indeed sleeping, her fair head resting against Sarah's shoulder. "How did you get into my house?" Catherine asked, inching closer. Sarah smiled that same sad smile from the security footage. "It was my house first," she said. "I grew up here, in the room that's hers now." She nodded toward the house. "My father built that nursery when I was expecting my baby. Said it was safer with no windows. No one could look in. No one could take her." Catherine's mind raced. The house had belonged to her parents for over 30 years. Before that, it had been owned by an elderly couple named Johnston. As if reading her thoughts, Sarah said, "They changed the records after what happened, after they took my baby and told everyone I was crazy." Her voice dropped to a whisper. "But I'm not crazy, I just wanted my baby back." Emma stirred in her arms but didn't wake. "Sarah," Catherine said gently, "I don't think that's your baby. Your baby, your Sarah. She would be older now. She'd be a grown woman like you and me." For a moment, confusion clouded Sarah's face. "No," she said, but with less certainty. "No, this is my Sarah. She has the same eyes." "That's Emma," Catherine said. "My Emma. She's 3 years old." She took another step closer. "How old was your Sarah when you lost her?" Sarah stared down at the sleeping child in her arms. "3," she whispered. "She was 3. "And when was that, Sarah?" A long silence followed. Snow began to fall, tiny flakes that melted as soon as they touched the ground. "A long time ago," Sarah finally admitted, her voice breaking. "But I miss her so much. Every day I miss her." "I understand," Catherine said, now close enough to touch them. "I missed Emma every minute she was gone. It felt like part of me was missing too." Sarah looked up, tears streaming down her face. "They told me I hurt her, that I was sick and I hurt my own baby, but I never would. I never did." "I believe you," Catherine said, though she had no way of knowing if it was true. Can I hold Emma now, please?" For a terrible moment, Catherine thought Sarah would refuse, would run away with Emma into the darkness. But then, with infinite gentleness, Sarah transferred the sleeping child into Catherine's arms. Emma stirred, her eyes fluttering open. "Mommy," she murmured, still half asleep. "Yes, baby," Catherine whispered, tears flowing freely now. "Mommy's here." When she looked up again, Sarah was gone. The police never found Sarah. They discovered that 27 years earlier, a woman named Sarah Matthews had indeed lived in Catherine's house with her father. She had given birth to a daughter at 17, a child also named Sarah. According to records, the baby had died of SIDS at 3 months old. Sarah Matthews had suffered a breakdown and been institutionalized. She had escaped from the mental health facility 26 years ago and never been recaptured. There was no record of a 3-year-old named Sarah who had gone missing around that time. Emma remembered little of her time away. She spoke of a nice lady who sang to her and told her stories. She said they had lived in a special hiding place in the woods where they had to be very quiet because the bad people might find them. Investigators searched the surrounding forests but found no evidence of a camp or shelter. Emma did remember one thing clearly. She told me her real little girl went to sleep and never woke up. She told Catherine one night as they sat in the rocking chair that had been moved from the hidden nursery to Emma's bedroom. She said I helped her not be sad anymore. Catherine sold the house on Sycamore Street the following spring. She and Emma moved in with Mary temporarily, then found an apartment in Columbus. Emma started kindergarten there and gradually became less solemn, more like other children her age. But sometimes Catherine would find her daughter's dolls arranged in perfect rows, their faces all turned in the same direction. And on certain nights she would wake to the faint sound of singing, a lullaby drifting through the darkness, soft and melodic and impossibly distant. "SHH," Emma would say when Catherine mentioned it. "She's almost asleep." Crime 3, she ordered coffee under a fake name as always. But when the barista handed over the drink, he said, "Here you go, Veronica." No one knew that name anymore. On the cup, written in pen, "I forgive you." The small town of Millfield, Ohio, had been Stephanie Carson's home for nearly 3 years now. To her neighbors, to her coworkers at the local community college library, to the baristas at Cornerstone Cafe where she ordered her daily Americano, she was Stephanie. Stephanie with the quiet smile, with the carefully highlighted brown hair, with the modest apartment above the hardware store downtown. Stephanie who walked her small terrier at precisely 6:30 every morning, who wore muted colors and minimal makeup, who politely declined invitations to weekend gatherings with a practiced, apologetic smile. No one suspected she had been Veronica Mills before. No one knew about Oakland, California. No one knew about the night that changed everything. That Friday morning in April was unseasonably warm. Stephanie, Veronica, had dressed in a light cardigan over a simple blouse, slipping on comfortable shoes for the 4-block walk to the cafe. Her routine never varied. Wake at 5:45, walk Cooper by the small creek that ran behind Main Street, shower, dress, and then arrive at Cornerstone precisely at 7:20, 20 minutes before her shift at the library began. The cafe was busier than usual. A youth soccer tournament had brought visitors to town, parents clutching travel mugs and checking their phones while children in matching uniforms fidgeted nearby. Stephanie waited patiently in line, scrolling through news on her phone, careful not to make eye contact with anyone for too long. When she reached the counter, she ordered as she always did. "Medium Americano, please," she said to the unfamiliar barista, a young man with dark-rimmed glasses and a neatly trimmed beard. "For Sarah," she added, using the name she rotated in every few weeks along with Emma and Jill. Simple names, forgettable names, names that weren't hers. She paid in cash, she always paid in cash, then stepped aside to wait. The cafe was loud with the chatter of the tournament families, the hiss of the espresso machine, the clatter of ceramic mugs. Stephanie stared at her phone, though she wasn't reading anything. She was practicing invisibility, as she had for 3 years. When her drink was ready, she approached the counter automatically, hand outstretched. The barista, his name tag read Daniel, smiled as he handed over the cup. "Here you go, Veronica," he said casually. The cup nearly slipped from her suddenly numb fingers. She managed to grip it, fighting the urge to look around wildly to see who might have heard. Instead, she nodded mechanically and turned to leave, heart hammering against her ribs. It was only when she was halfway down the block, breath coming in short gasps, that she noticed the writing on the cup. Not Sarah, as she had given at the counter. 3 words written in blue pen: "I forgive you." Stephanie Veronica stopped walking. A cold sweat broke out across her skin despite the warm morning. She turned the cup slowly, examining the handwriting, searching for clues. The 3 words seemed to pulse on the white paper surface. Her hand trembled. Coffee sloshed over the rim. She wouldn't go to work that day. She called in sick for the first time in 3 years, voice carefully steadied. Then she returned to her apartment, locked the door, and drew all the blinds. The name Veronica Mills had disappeared from public record 3 years earlier. Following the incident in Oakland, the incident that the local press had termed the Caldwell House tragedy, Veronica had vanished. There had been whispers, of course, rumors, theories, but the woman at the center of it all had simply ceased to exist. Until today. Detective Marcus Reed had been with the Oakland Police Department for 17 years when the Caldwell case landed on his desk. It was supposed to be straightforward, a domestic disturbance call from an upscale neighborhood, the kind that usually ended with tearful apologies or court-mandated counseling. The house on Caldwell Avenue belonged to Richard and Diana Foster, a successful professional couple in their 40s. Richard was a surgeon at Highland Hospital. Diana ran her own interior design business. They had no children. Their lawn was perfectly maintained. Their recycling bins were always properly sorted. When officers responded to the neighbor's call about shouting and a possible gunshot, they found Richard Foster dead in the kitchen, a single bullet to the chest. Diana was sitting on the floor beside him, unharmed but nearly catatonic. There was no sign of forced entry. The gun, registered to Richard, lay beside his body. It should have been simple, either a suicide or a domestic homicide. The department had protocols for both, but something about the case nagged at Detective Reed from the beginning. She wasn't acting right, Officer Perez told him during the preliminary briefing. Not like someone in shock, not like someone who'd just killed her husband, more like someone who'd seen something impossible. The investigation revealed complications. Richard Foster, the respected surgeon, had a second phone hidden in his car. On it, hundreds of messages to a woman named Veronica Mills, their administrative assistant at the hospital. The messages suggested an affair going back at least a year. But when officers went to question Veronica Mills, they discovered she had left town abruptly. Her apartment was emptied. Her position at the hospital resigned via email. Her family in Minnesota claimed they hadn't heard from her and were concerned. Meanwhile, Diana Foster remained peculiar in her affect. She answered questions mechanically but seemed disconnected from the situation. She admitted to confronting Richard about the affair that night. She admitted to knowing about the gun. But when asked directly if she had shot her husband, she would only say, "I was there, but it wasn't me." The physical evidence was inconclusive. Both Diana and Richard had gunshot residue on their hands. The angle of the wound could support either suicide or homicide. Without Veronica Mills to provide context about the affair and the events leading up to that night, the case stalled. 6 months later, charges against Diana Foster were dropped due to insufficient evidence. She sold the house on Caldwell Avenue and moved away. Detective Reed kept the file open, but with no new leads, it gradually made its way to the bottom of his priority list. Eventually, he was assigned to other cases, other tragedies. But he never forgot Diana Foster's strange detachment, or the missing Veronica Mills, who seemed to have disappeared into thin air. In her darkened apartment in Millfield, Stephanie Veronica sat on the edge of her bed, staring at the coffee cup that had shattered her carefully constructed new reality. Cooper whined softly, sensing her distress, and pressed his warm body against her leg. Who was the barista, Daniel? How did he know her real name? And what did he mean by, "I forgive you"? She hadn't killed Richard Foster. She hadn't even been there that night. When Diana had discovered the affair and confronted Richard, Veronica had been on a flight to Minnesota, supposedly to visit her ailing mother, a convenient excuse she'd used to give herself time to think about the increasingly complex situation with Richard. He had been promising to leave Diana for months. Veronica had grown tired of waiting, tired of being the secret, the other woman. The trip home was meant to clear her head, to decide whether to end things once and for all. She was still in the air when Richard died. She had the boarding pass to prove it, the time-stamped credit card receipt from the airport bookstore. But when she landed and turned on her phone to find 17 missed calls from Richard's number, from the hospital, from a detective with the Oakland police, she panicked. The barista couldn't be from Oakland. She had been so careful. She had changed everything, her name, her appearance, her mannerisms. She had moved across the country to a place where she knew no one. She had constructed Stephanie Carson from nothing, built her piece by piece into a real person with a real life. And now, with 3 casual words, it was all crumbling. After 3 sleepless nights, Stephanie returned to Cornerstone Cafe. She arrived early, before the morning rush, when there would be fewer people to witness whatever was about to happen. Daniel was working again, organizing cups behind the counter. He looked up when the bell over the door jingled, and his expression changed subtly when he saw her, not surprise, not fear, but something like relief. "Good morning," he said, as if nothing unusual had occurred between them. The usual. Stephanie approached the counter slowly. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Daniel's eyes, a deep brown she noticed now, held her steadily. "My name is Daniel Foster," he said. "Diana was my aunt." The room seemed to tilt. Stephanie gripped the edge of the counter to steady herself. "Diana didn't have family," she said automatically. "Richard told me." "Richard told you a lot of things," Daniel interrupted gently. "Most of them weren't true." He gestured to a table in the corner, away from the windows. "I'm on break in 5 minutes. Please wait. I've been looking for you for a long time." Everything in her screamed to run, to go back to her apartment, pack what she could carry, and disappear again. But something in Daniel's eyes, a sadness, a knowing, kept her rooted to the spot. Without quite deciding to, she found herself sitting at the table, watching as Daniel prepared 2 cups of coffee before joining her. "Diana died 6 months ago," he said without preamble. "Cancer, but before she did, she told me everything." Stephanie's hands trembled around her cup. "I wasn't there that night," she said, the familiar defense rising to her lips. "I was on a plane. I can prove it." Daniel nodded. "I know. Diana knew that too, eventually. That's why she tried to find you." "Find me? Why would she?" "To apologize," Daniel said simply, "and to tell you the truth about Richard." Over the next hour, as the cafe filled and emptied around them, Daniel shared the story Diana had finally revealed on her deathbed. Richard Foster, the charming, brilliant surgeon, had a history of manipulation and psychological abuse. Diana had spent 20 years in his carefully controlled world, isolated from friends and family, convinced that her perceptions were wrong, her feelings invalid. When she discovered the affair with Veronica, it wasn't rage she felt, but recognition. She saw in Veronica another victim of Richard's calculated charm. The night he died, Daniel explained carefully, Diana confronted him with evidence that he'd done this before. There had been other women, other assistants. Some had filed complaints that disappeared. Some had left jobs abruptly. Diana had found it all, documented it all. Richard couldn't let that information get out, Stephanie whispered, beginning to understand. Daniel nodded. According to Diana, he became enraged. He pulled out the gun. He'd always kept one in the house, though Diana hated it. He didn't point it at her. He said he would destroy himself and her along with him. There was a struggle. The gun went off. Stephanie sat in stunned silence. After a moment, she asked, why wasn't this part of the investigation? Why drop the charges if it was self-defense? Diana was protecting someone, Daniel said, not herself, you. Me, but I wasn't even there. Richard's last words, according to Diana, were that he would make sure everyone believed Veronica had been there, had been part of it. He had created evidence, texts, emails that made it look like you had planned it together. If Diana claimed self-defense, the police would look for you as an accomplice. So instead, she said nothing, let them think what they would, and hoped you were far enough away to be safe. Tears welled in Stephanie's eyes for the first time in 3 years. Not for Richard, not even for herself, but for Diana, the woman she had wronged, the woman who had protected her anyway. I've spent the last 6 months trying to find you, Daniel continued. Diana wanted you to know that she understood, that she forgave you, that it wasn't your fault. How did you find me? Stephanie asked, wiping at her eyes. Daniel smiled slightly. Diana hired a private investigator before she died. All I had was a possible location, Millfield, and a description. I took a job here, started watching for someone who matched. When I saw you come in day after day, using different names, he shrugged. I knew it had to be you. What happens now? Stephanie asked, suddenly terrified of the answer. Nothing has to change, Daniel said gently. Your secret is safe with me. I just needed to deliver Diana's message. What you do with it is up to you. 2 weeks later, Detective Marcus Reed received an envelope with no return address. Inside was a letter beginning with 3 simple words, I forgive you. The letter went on to explain what had really happened the night Richard Foster died, corroborating Diana's original statement, but adding crucial details about Richard's history, his threats, the evidence he had manufactured. It was signed Veronica Mills with a postscript. I was on a plane that night. Checked the passenger manifest for flight UA 237 to Minneapolis. I have lived with this shadow long enough. Detective Reed reopened the case. The investigation confirmed Veronica's alibi and uncovered Richard Foster's pattern of manipulation. 6 months later, the case was officially closed, justifiable homicide in self-defense. In Millfield, Ohio, a woman named Stephanie Carson gradually began to step out of the shadows. She accepted an invitation to dinner from a coworker. She adopted a second dog from the local shelter. She started teaching evening literature classes at the community college. Sometimes on her morning walks with Cooper, she would pass by Cornerstone Cafe and wave to Daniel through the window. Sometimes she would go inside and order her Americano using her real name. Stephanie Carson still existed in her apartment lease, her driver's license, her library ID badge. But Veronica Mills existed too, no longer hiding, no longer running from a crime she hadn't committed. Some nights she dreamed of Diana Foster, a woman she had never met but who had given her the chance to live without fear. In these dreams, they sat together in a sunlit kitchen, drinking coffee, speaking gently of forgiveness and second chances. And when she woke, the weight that had pressed on her chest for 3 long years felt just a little lighter. Crime 4, it was wrapped in plastic, pages warped by humidity. The entries were frantic, scattered, descriptions of being watched, followed, trapped. On the last page, if you're reading this, don't open the black door. She didn't have a black door until that night. In the quiet suburban neighborhood of Oakdale, Minnesota, 32-year-old Eliza Winters was known for her meticulous routine. She taught 3rd grade at Oakdale Elementary, volunteered at the local animal shelter on weekends, and spent Sunday evenings preparing lesson plans for the upcoming week. Her colleagues described her as organized, dependable, and quietly confident. She lived alone in a modest 2-bedroom house that she had inherited from her grandmother 4 years earlier. Eliza's childhood had been marked by stability. Growing up in Rochester with her parents and younger sister, she had excelled academically and maintained a small circle of close friends. After college, she had moved to Oakdale for her teaching position, gradually setting down roots in the community. Her sister Meredith lived an hour away in Minneapolis and would visit once a month. They shared a close bond, speaking on the phone every Wednesday evening without fail. On April 12, 2023, Meredith called Eliza at their usual time. The call went straight to voicemail. She tried again 30 minutes later, still no answer. Unusual but not alarming. Perhaps Eliza had fallen asleep early or was grading papers with her phone on silent. Meredith sent a text message, "Everything okay? Call when you can." By the following morning, Eliza hadn't responded. Meredith called the school. Eliza hadn't shown up for work and she hadn't called in sick. This was entirely out of character. Eliza had never missed a day without proper notification in her 8 years of teaching. Later that afternoon, Meredith drove to Oakdale, her concern mounting with each passing mile. She arrived at Eliza's house around 3:30 p.m. The curtains were drawn. Eliza's blue Honda Civic was parked in the driveway. Meredith knocked repeatedly. No answer. She used her spare key to enter. The house was unnervingly quiet. The living room appeared untouched. A half-finished cup of tea sat on the coffee table, a thin film covering its surface. In the kitchen, a pot of soup remained on the stove, cold and congealed. Meredith called out her sister's name, moving cautiously through the house. The bathroom door was ajar, nothing unusual there. The guest bedroom was neat and undisturbed. When Meredith entered Eliza's bedroom, something felt immediately wrong. The bed was unmade and the closet door stood open. Eliza's phone lay on the nightstand, its battery dead. Meredith called the police. Officer James Renner arrived within 20 minutes. He took notes as Meredith explained her sister's dependable nature and established routine. "This isn't like her at all," Meredith insisted, her voice trembling slightly. "Something's happened." Officer Renner conducted a preliminary search of the house. In the kitchen, he noticed something odd. The cabinet under the sink had been left open. Kneeling down to examine it more closely, he spotted a small package taped to the far corner of the cabinet's interior. Carefully pulling it free, he found what appeared to be a journal wrapped tightly in plastic wrap. The journal's pages were damp and warped. The handwriting was not Eliza's neat penmanship that Meredith recognized from years of birthday cards and Christmas letters. These words were hastily scrawled, pressing deeply into the paper, sometimes breaking through to the other side. The first entry was dated March 18, nearly a month earlier. I'm being watched. I know how that sounds. I know exactly how they'll diagnose me if I say it out loud. But I've seen the same car 3 times this week. Dark sedan, tinted windows. It parks across from the school during my lunch breaks. Yesterday I saw it again while shopping at Creston Market. This isn't coincidence. The entries continued, growing more unsettled with each passing day. March 24, the noises started last night, scratching at the windows. I checked every inch of the exterior walls this morning. No marks, no evidence, but I heard it for 3 hours from 2:17 a.m. until just after 5. March 29, found muddy footprints on the back porch this morning. Called the police. Officer came, took pictures, said they'd increase patrols. He looked at me like I was overreacting, asked if I lived alone, asked twice if I was taking any medications. April 3, the package came today. Plain brown wrapper, no return address. Inside was a key, just a key. Black metal, doesn't fit any lock in my house. I've checked them all. April 8, someone has been inside my house. Things are moved, just slightly. The photo of Mom and Dad on the mantle turned 2 inches to the left. My coffee mug in the 3rd cabinet, not the 2nd where I always keep it. I'm not imagining this. April 10, I found the door today in the basement, behind the old shelving unit, a black door. It wasn't there before. I know every inch of this house. It wasn't there. The key fits the lock. I'm not going to open it. Whatever's happening, that's where it leads. And the final entry, dated April 11, the day before Eliza disappeared. If you're reading this, don't open the black door. I'm leaving tonight, going to Meredith's. This journal stays here as proof. I'm not crazy. Something is happening. If I don't make it out, this is why. Officer Renner listened as Meredith read the entries aloud, her voice growing increasingly distressed. There's no black door in this house, she insisted. I helped her move in. I've been here dozens of times. Let's check the basement, Renner suggested, his expression betraying little. The basement was semi-finished, with a washer and dryer in one corner and several storage shelves lined against the walls. Along the far wall stood an old wooden shelving unit filled with holiday decorations and childhood mementos. That shelf doesn't usually sit at that angle, Meredith noted, pointing to the slight gap between it and the wall. Together they carefully moved the heavy shelving unit. Behind it, the wall looked different from the rest of the basement. The paint was newer, less chipped, and centered in this section of wall was a door, painted black. Officer Renner immediately called for backup. When Detective Laura Sandoval arrived, she examined the door carefully. This is a recent installation, she confirmed. The hinges are new, the paint is fresh. The team checked the house's renovation history. No permits had been filed for any basement modifications. Using a small camera, they examined the space beyond the door before opening it. What they found was puzzling. A narrow tunnel, roughly hewn through the earth, extending beyond the perimeter of the house. The investigation that followed revealed disturbing details. The tunnel led to an access point in the wooded area behind the neighborhood. Evidence suggested it had been dug over several months, the work done slowly and methodically. Soil samples matched those taken from the muddy footprints Eliza had reported. More concerning was what forensics discovered in Eliza's home. Microscopic cameras had been installed in her living room, kitchen, and bedroom. They were sophisticated, wireless, and nearly undetectable. Someone had been watching her. Police expanded their investigation. interviewing neighbors, colleagues, and examining Eliza's personal history for potential threats. A breakthrough came 3 weeks later when authorities analyzed security footage from businesses surrounding Creston Market. The dark sedan Eliza had mentioned was identified, and through its license plate connected to Marcus Wheeler, 45, a maintenance worker at Oakdale Elementary. Wheeler's home revealed a disturbing shrine to Eliza, photographs taken through windows, copies of her house key, and detailed notes about her daily routine going back 18 months. In his basement, police found architectural plans of Eliza's house, tunnel construction equipment, and a makeshift sleeping area with food supplies. But of Eliza herself, there was no trace. Wheeler was arrested and charged with stalking, breaking and entering, and kidnapping. During interrogation, he maintained an eerie calm, speaking only once to say, "She went through the door willingly. She wanted to know." 6 months later, during Wheeler's trial, a security camera at a gas station in Tacoma, Washington, captured footage of a woman resembling Eliza purchasing supplies. By the time local authorities investigated, she had vanished again. To this day, Meredith keeps her sister's journal in a safety deposit box. She maintains Eliza's house, leaving the porch light on every night. The black door remains locked, the key stored with the journal. Occasionally, Meredith receives unmarked postcards from different cities across the country. They contain no message, just a small drawing of a key. The investigation remains open. Eliza Winters is still listed as a missing person. And in the quiet neighborhood of Oakdale, residents now check beneath their sinks regularly, listening for sounds in the night, wondering about doors that weren't there before. Crime 5, she'd never seen the photo before. It was tucked inside a book of recipes her grandmother left behind. A family photo, unfamiliar faces, but a familiar house. And standing in the back, just behind the father figure, was a man smiling directly at the camera. She had seen that face in her dreams. Oakville, Pennsylvania was the kind of town where people rarely locked their doors. A small community of just under 15,000 residents, nestled in the gentle hills of Chester County, where neighbors borrowed cups of sugar and recognized each other's cars by sound. It was here in the autumn of 1987 that 23-year-old Emily Garland had returned after her grandmother's passing to settle the modest estate she'd inherited. The Garland family home stood at the end of Sycamore Lane, a 2-story Victorian that had witnessed 3 generations of family history. Emily had spent summers there as a child, chasing fireflies in the backyard and reading books in the window seat that overlooked the garden. But after her parents divorced when she was 12, the visits became less frequent until they stopped altogether. Now 15 years later, Emily found herself alone in the house, surrounded by the whispers of a family history she only partially knew. Her grandmother, Margaret Garland, had been a quiet woman who kept to herself in her final years. The neighbors described her as private but pleasant, a woman who tended her garden meticulously and attended church every Sunday, sitting in the same pew, third from the back on the right side. Emily had taken a leave of absence from her job as a librarian in Pittsburgh to sort through her grandmother's belongings. She worked methodically, room by room, categorizing items for donation, keeping sentimental pieces and discarding what couldn't be salvaged. It was during this process, on a rainy Tuesday afternoon in October, that Emily discovered the photograph. She had been leafing through her grandmother's collection of handwritten recipe cards, bound together in a weathered leather book, when the photograph slipped out from between pages of apple pie instructions and a chicken pot pie recipe. The image was faded, the colors washed into sepia tones, but Emily immediately recognized the backdrop as the very house she was sitting in, though the photo appeared to be from the 1960s, judging by the clothing styles. The family in the photograph was posed stiffly on the front porch, a man in his 40s with a serious expression, a woman with carefully styled hair and a modest dress, two children, a boy and a girl, standing awkwardly in front of their parents. But it was the figure standing behind them that caught Emily's attention. Partially obscured in shadow, a tall man stood just behind the father, his face half turned toward the camera with an unsettling smile that seemed out of place in the otherwise somber portrait. Emily felt a cold shiver run down her spine. The face was unmistakable, the same angular features, the same tilted smile that had been appearing in her dreams since childhood. A recurring nightmare where she would wake up to find someone watching her from the foot of her bed, smiling that same smile before dissolving into the darkness when she screamed. For several minutes, Emily stared at the photograph, trying to rationalize the connection. She flipped the photo over, finding only a date written in faded blue ink, June 17, 1964. No names, no explanation of who these people were or why they were at her grandmother's house. They weren't garlands, at least, not any garlands she knew of. That evening, Emily called her mother in Florida. "Mom, I found this strange photo at Grandma's house," she explained, describing the image and the unsettling figure in the background. There was a long pause on the other end of the line before her mother spoke, her voice suddenly tense. "What did you say the date was?" "June 17, 1964. Another pause. "That's not our family, Emily. Those would be the Kellers. They lived in the house before your grandmother bought it in 1967. "Then why would Grandma have their family photo?" "I don't know, maybe it was left behind." Her mother's voice had taken on an edge that Emily recognized as discomfort. "Listen, Emily, just put it away somewhere or throw it out." "But who's the man in the background? He looks so familiar." "I really couldn't say. Look, it's getting late here. We can talk more tomorrow." The call ended abruptly, leaving Emily with more questions than answers. She placed the photograph on her bedside table and tried to focus on organizing the rest of the house, but her eyes kept returning to the strange image and the familiar face that had haunted her dreams. The next morning, Emily decided to visit the Oakville Historical Society, housed in a converted Victorian mansion on Main Street. The volunteer at the desk, a silver-haired woman named Marion Baker, greeted her warmly. "Margaret Garland's granddaughter. Of course, I remember you as a little girl. So sorry about your grandmother's passing." Emily thanked her and explained her quest for information about the previous owners of her grandmother's house. "The Kellers," Marion nodded, her expression clouding slightly. "Yes, they lived there from 58 to 67. Tragic situation, really." "Tragic? What happened?" Marion hesitated, then led Emily to a small research room lined with filing cabinets. "We have newspaper archives here. The Oakville Chronicle covered it extensively." She pulled out a folder labeled 1967 and began flipping through yellowed newspaper clippings. "Here we are," she said, placing a clipping on the table. The headline read, "Local family disappearance remains unsolved." Emily read the article with growing unease. According to the report, Robert and Helen Keller, along with their children Thomas, 14, and Sarah, 11, had disappeared from their home on Sycamore Lane in March 1967. The family car remained in the garage, no clothing was packed, and dinner had been left half prepared on the kitchen counter. The article mentioned that Robert Keller had been under investigation for financial irregularities at the bank where he worked, but there was no evidence of foul play in the disappearance. "They were never found," Marion said quietly. "The case went cold after a few months. The house was eventually sold that summer to settle debts. Your grandmother was the buyer. And no one ever heard from them again." Not a word. It was like they vanished into thin air. Emily pulled out the photograph. "Do you recognize this man in the background, the one standing behind Mr. Keller?" Marion studied the image, her brow furrowing. "That's strange. I knew the Kellers not well, but well enough to recognize them, and I don't recall any other man living with them or being close to the family." "Could he be a relative visiting?" "Possibly, but Robert was an only child, and Helen's brother died in Korea." Marion looked up, her eyes narrowing in curiosity. "Where did you find this?" "In my grandmother's recipe book, hidden between pages." Marion handed the photograph back with a troubled expression. "Well, that's peculiar. Why would your grandmother keep this?" That question haunted Emily as she drove back to the house, the rain beginning to fall again, pattering against the windshield in an irregular rhythm. Back at home, she found herself standing in the basement, looking around with new eyes. Had the Kellers been down here? What secrets did these walls hold? The basement was partially finished, with wood paneling on two walls and concrete on the others. A washer and dryer stood in one corner, while old furniture and boxes occupied much of the remaining space. Emily ran her hand along the paneled wall, feeling suddenly compelled to examine it more closely. Something about the spacing seemed off. The panel measurements weren't consistent. She tapped along the wall, listening for variations in the sound. Near the far corner, the hollow sound changed to something more solid. Emily pressed harder, and to her surprise, a section of the paneling shifted slightly. Heart racing, she found a screwdriver in an old toolbox and pried at the edge of the panel until it came loose, revealing a small space behind the wall. Inside was a metal box, roughly the size of a shoe box, covered in dust. With trembling hands, Emily pulled out the box and carried it upstairs to the kitchen table. The lid was stiff but not locked, and it opened with a protesting creak. Inside, she found a small leather-bound journal. A man's wristwatch stopped at 3:47, a tarnished silver locket, and several more photographs, all of the Keller family, all with the same smiling figure lurking somewhere in the background. Sometimes partially hidden behind a tree, sometimes visible in a window reflection, sometimes standing at a distance, but always watching, always smiling. The journal belonged to Helen Keller. The entries started as mundane accounts of daily life, but gradually took on a disturbing tone. April 15, 1966. Robert thinks I'm imagining things, but I know someone has been in the house while we're gone. Things are moved just slightly, not enough to notice if you weren't looking carefully, but I notice. May 28, 1966. Saw him again today, standing across the street when I went to get the mail. When I looked directly at him, he smiled and walked away. Robert says I need to see Dr. Lawrence about anxiety medication. August 10, 1966. Found another picture of the children on my dresser today. I didn't take it. It shows them playing in the backyard, but the angle is from inside the house through the kitchen window. Someone was in our house watching them. Robert finally believes me. September 3, 1966. Robert installed new locks today. I've started keeping this journal hidden. The children don't know what's happening, and I want to keep it that way. Sarah says she has a new friend who talks to her at night through her window, but won't tell me his name. The entries continued, growing increasingly paranoid until the final entry, dated March 9, 1967, 3 days before the family's disappearance. He's getting closer. Last night I woke up and he was standing in our bedroom doorway just watching. When I screamed, Robert woke up, but by then there was no one there. Robert thinks I was dreaming. I wasn't. The children say they see him too now. We're leaving tomorrow, going to my cousin's place in Ohio until we figure this out. I just want my family safe. But they never made it to Ohio. Emily closed the journal, her hands shaking. She looked up at the kitchen window and for a brief second thought she saw a figure standing in the backyard, tall, angular, smiling. When she blinked, there was nothing there but the rain-soaked garden and swaying trees. That night, Emily couldn't sleep. The house creaked and settled around her, ordinary noises that now carried ominous undertones. She had called the local police station earlier and spoken with Detective Morales about her discovery, but he seemed skeptical, reminding her that the case was over 50 years old and that without evidence of a crime, there wasn't much they could do. "People disappear by choice all the time, Ms. Garland," he had said, "especially when there's financial trouble brewing. We can take another look at the case, but don't get your hopes up." Around 2 a.m., Emily gave up on sleep and went downstairs to make tea. As she waited for the kettle to boil, she found herself drawn to the living room window, looking out at the quiet street. A movement caught her eye, a tall figure standing beneath the streetlight, looking directly at the house, looking at her. Emily froze, unable to move as the figure raised a hand in greeting. The kettle's whistle broke the spell, and she stumbled back from the window, heart pounding. When she gathered the courage to look again, the street was empty. The next morning, Emily packed a bag. She couldn't stay in the house another night. Before leaving, she gathered the journal and photographs, intending to take them to Detective Morales in person. As she was about to walk out the door, the phone rang. It was her mother. "Emily, I've been thinking about what you said, about that photograph." Her mother's voice sounded strained, almost tearful. "There's something I need to tell you about your grandmother." "What is it?" She wasn't well, Emily, not mentally. There were incidents over the years, things she did that the family kept quiet. "What kinds of things?" She was obsessed with that house even before she bought it. Used to drive by it for months, watching the family that lived there. Your grandfather tried to get her help, but she refused. After he died, it got worse. She finally got the house when the family disappeared and everyone just assumed. Her mother's voice trailed off. "Assumed what, Mom?" "That she had nothing to do with it, that it was just a coincidence." Emily felt cold all over. "Are you saying Grandma had something to do with the Kellers' disappearance?" "I don't know, I was only a child then, but I remember her talking about a man she called the Watcher who would help her get what she wanted. We all thought it was just part of her delusion." Emily looked down at the photograph in her hand, at the smiling figure in the background. Did she ever describe this man? Tall, always smiling. She said he'd been with her since she was a girl, that he whispered things to her, told her how to get rid of problems. Emily thought of the metal box hidden in the wall, the journal entries describing a stalker, the final entry before the family vanished. "Mom, I think I need to talk to the police again." "Be careful, Emily. Whatever happened back then, it might be better left buried." But Emily knew she couldn't leave it buried. not now that she had disturbed whatever secret had been hidden in the walls of the house on Sycamore Lane. Detective Morales agreed to meet her that afternoon. Emily laid out everything she had found, the photographs, the journal, the box hidden in the wall, and explained what her mother had told her about Margaret Garland's mental state. "So you think your grandmother was stalking this family, possibly took these photographs, and then what made them disappear?" Detective Morales looked skeptical. "I don't know, but there's too much here that doesn't add up. The journal entries, the hidden box, my grandmother's obsession with the house. And this mysterious smiling man in the photos, you think that was some kind of accomplice?" Emily hesitated. How could she explain the recurring nightmares she'd had since childhood, the face she recognized immediately in a 50-year-old photograph? "I think he was important somehow, either real or part of my grandmother's delusion." Detective Morales sighed. "Look, I'll request the old case files from storage. Maybe there's something there that connects to what you found. But I have to be honest, after all this time, even if we determine something criminal happened, it's unlikely we'll ever know the full truth." Emily returned to a hotel room that night, unwilling to spend another night in her grandmother's house. As she drifted off to sleep, her dreams were filled with images of the smiling man standing at the foot of her bed, his grin widening impossibly as he raised a finger to his lips in a gesture of silence. 3 days later, Detective Morales called. They had found something. "We got permission to do a ground-penetrating radar scan of your grandmother's property," he explained. "There appears to be a disturbance in the soil beneath the garden shed. We're getting a warrant to excavate." The excavation began the following morning. Emily watched from a distance as police officers and forensic technicians carefully removed layers of soil beneath the small wooden structure at the back of the property. By afternoon, they had found something: 4 bodies, arranged side by side in a neat row, wrapped in plastic sheeting that had partially preserved them over the decades. The Keller family had never left Oakville. As the bodies were removed, Emily noticed something clutched in the hand of what appeared to be the youngest victim, a small, folded piece of paper. Detective Morales carefully extracted it, unfolded it with gloved hands, and showed it to Emily. It was a drawing of a tall, smiling figure standing behind a house. Written in a child's handwriting at the bottom were the words, "Grandma's friend watches us." The case of the Keller family disappearance was officially reopened, though Margaret Garland was long beyond the reach of earthly justice. The house on Sycamore Lane became the subject of morbid local fascination, and Emily decided to sell it as soon as the investigation permitted. Before leaving Oakville for the last time, Emily visited the town cemetery where her grandmother was buried. As she stood before the simple headstone, she noticed something peculiar, a small photograph tucked into the soil at the base of the grave. Emily bent down to examine it. It was a Polaroid relatively recent, showing her grandmother's living room, the same living room Emily had just packed up and emptied. And there, reflected in the mirror on the wall, was a familiar figure, tall, angular, smiling directly at the camera. On the back, written in handwriting Emily didn't recognize, were the words, "He stays with the house." Emily left Oakville that afternoon and never returned. The house on Sycamore Lane remained on the market for years, its price dropping steadily as rumors circulated about its history. Eventually, it sold to an out-of-town family who knew nothing of its past. A young couple with 2 children and a third on the way. A family looking for a fresh start in a quiet town where people rarely locked their doors. A family who, on moving day, found an old photograph tucked inside a kitchen drawer, showing their new home from decades earlier, with a familiar-looking family posed on the front porch. And standing in the background, just barely visible, a tall figure with a smile that seemed to look directly at whoever held the photograph. Waiting to be discovered again. Crime 6, room 104, hadn't been rented in years. When the door was forced open, a foul smell poured out. The only furniture was a bed frame and a locked trunk. Inside, a mannequin in a wedding dress and a cassette player still running. The Desert Palms Motel sat on the outskirts of Millerville, Arizona, a forgotten landmark on the edge of Highway 16, its neon sign half-functional, blinking de Arti Pas MS in the twilight. It had once been a popular stopover in the 1980s, before the new interstate diverted traffic away from this dusty stretch of road. By 2019, it was barely operational, with only a handful of rooms regularly maintained for the occasional traveler. Edith Calloway had managed the Desert Palms for 27 years. At 64, she had memorized every stain on every ceiling tile, every creak in the floorboards. She was a slight woman with silver hair always pinned in a neat bun, known for her careful attention to detail and meticulous record-keeping. She lived in an attached apartment behind the office, watching old movies on a small television set while keeping an eye on the parking lot through yellowed Venetian blinds. Room 104 was at the far end of the L-shaped building, partially hidden from the office view by an overgrown oleander bush. According to Edith's records, it hadn't been officially rented since March 2017. The door had warped slightly from the Arizona heat, making it difficult to open, and the room had been taken out of the regular rotation for maintenance that never materialized as the motel's finances dwindled. On the morning of November 12, 2019, Edith was conducting her quarterly walkthrough of the unused rooms, a personal ritual to ensure nothing had been disturbed. The keys jangled softly in her hand as she approached room 104. She noticed something unusual. A thin line of dark residue seeping from beneath the door, trailing across the concrete walkway. The key stuck in the lock, requiring more force than usual. When she finally pushed the door open, the smell hit her immediately, pungent, dense, sickly sweet. Edith would later tell Detective Marcus Harding that she knew something was wrong the moment she saw the locked trunk. It was an antique steamer trunk, heavy leather with brass fixtures, positioned at the center of the room as if on display. The bed frame remained stripped of its mattress, but everything else, the nightstands, lamps, television, had been removed. The windows were covered with black garbage bags taped carefully to the frame, allowing no natural light to enter. "I didn't touch it," Edith recalled in her interview. "I just knew it didn't belong there, and that smell. I've cleaned motel rooms for 3 decades. I know what death smells like." Detective Harding arrived 40 minutes after Edith's call. He was a 20-year veteran of the Millerville Police Department, his face weathered from years spent in the desert sun. He approached the trunk methodically, photographing it from all angles before attempting to open it. The lock was simple but required bolt cutters to break. Inside the trunk was not what anyone expected. There was no decomposing body, no human remains to explain the smell. Instead, resting delicately within was a mannequin dressed in an elaborate vintage wedding gown, its plastic features painted with extraordinary detail, rouge on the cheeks, mascara around the eyes, red lipstick applied with precision. The mannequin's arms were positioned to cradle something that wasn't there. And beside it, a cassette player, its motor still humming, the tape having long since reached its end but continuing to spin. The source of the smell became apparent. Several packages of raw meat had been placed beneath the mannequin, now rotting in the Arizona heat. Later analysis would determine it was common ground beef purchased from a local grocery store. It was staged, Detective Harding noted in his report, every element deliberately arranged. When they pressed play on the rewound cassette tape, a woman's voice emerged through the static. November 12, 2017, Rebecca's wedding day. She was beautiful, wasn't she? But she never arrived at the church. 2 years today. Do you remember what you did to her? The recording continued for 12 minutes, a monologue alternating between tender reminiscences and accusatory questions, all directed at someone referred to only as you. The speaker never identified herself. Rebecca Morrison had disappeared on November 12, 2017, exactly 2 years before Edith discovered the trunk. Rebecca, 24, had been scheduled to marry Thomas Whitaker at the First Presbyterian Church of Millerville. She vanished from her apartment the morning of the wedding. Her keys, purse, and phone were left behind. Her wedding dress was missing. The case had gone cold within months, with no ransom demands, no body, no concrete suspects. Thomas Whitaker, the abandoned groom, had been questioned extensively but ultimately cleared. He had a solid alibi. He'd been at the church with his groomsmen since dawn, preparing for the ceremony, surrounded by witnesses. According to friends, he'd been devastated by Rebecca's disappearance, eventually moving to Colorado in 2018 to escape the memories. The discovery in room 104 reopened the investigation. Forensic technicians combed the motel room meticulously. Under ultraviolet light, the room revealed more secrets. Someone had thoroughly cleaned the space, but traces of blood remained in a grout between bathroom tiles. DNA analysis confirmed it was Rebecca's. Detective Harding tracked down the motel's maintenance records. The keycard system showed that room 104 had last been officially accessed in March 2017 by housekeeping. However, the motel's security system was outdated, and the back entrance had no surveillance cameras. Edith Calloway provided an unexpected lead. There was a woman who used to sit in the parking lot sometimes, just watching the motel. Middle-aged, drove a blue sedan. I thought she might be considering renting a room, but she never came in. I noticed her most often in the evenings, maybe once every few months. Police combed through Rebecca Morrison's life. Born in Tucson to middle-class parents, she had moved to Millerville after college to teach elementary school. By all accounts, she was well-liked, responsible, with no known enemies. Her relationship with Thomas appeared healthy and stable, according to friends. Yet someone had harbored enough resentment to create this macabre tableau on the anniversary of her disappearance. The cassette tape yielded few forensic clues. It was a common brand available at any electronics store. The voice analysis was inconclusive. The speaker had deliberately disguised her voice by speaking slowly and at a slightly lower register than natural. 3 months into the renewed investigation, Detective Harding received an envelope containing a single photograph. Rebecca Morrison smiling beside an older woman at what appeared to be a school function. On the back, written in careful cursive, "Look closer at the devoted mentor." The woman was identified as Elaine Whitaker, Thomas's mother and the principal at the elementary school where Rebecca taught. Further investigation revealed that Elaine had retired shortly after Rebecca's disappearance and had been prescribed antidepressants and anti-anxiety medication in increasing doses over the past 2 years. When questioned about her whereabouts on November 12, 2019, Elaine couldn't provide a verifiable alibi. Her phone records showed she had driven from her home in Phoenix to Millerville that day, returning late in the evening. A search of Elaine's home revealed a locked room filled with items belonging to Rebecca: photographs, jewelry, notebooks, even hairbrushes with strands of hair still entangled in the bristles. In her garage, technicians found traces of the same type of garbage bags used to cover the windows in room 104. But the most damning evidence was hidden beneath the floorboards of her bedroom closet: a key to room 104 and a hand-drawn map of the Desert Palms Motel with service entrances clearly marked. Beside these items lay a journal documenting a relationship far more complex than anyone had realized. The journal entries revealed Elaine's growing obsession with her future daughter-in-law, whom she initially adored but gradually came to resent. "She's taking him away from me," one entry read. "She doesn't understand him like I do. No one could." Detective Harding theorized that Elaine had confronted Rebecca on the morning of her wedding, perhaps offering to drive her to the church. What happened after would remain speculation. The journal entries became increasingly disjointed after November 12, 2017, never explicitly confessing to a crime but filled with grief, justifications, and detailed descriptions of dreams where Rebecca forgave her. When arrested, Elaine Whittaker was calm, almost relieved. "Is Thomas coming?" she asked. "I need to explain it to him. He'll understand when I explain it properly." Thomas Whittaker, contacted in Colorado, expressed disbelief that turned to horror as the evidence mounted. "I never suspected my mother," he told investigators. "She consoled me after Rebecca vanished. She helped me search." Rebecca Morrison's body has never been found. Elaine Whittaker was deemed competent to stand trial, but has maintained her silence regarding Rebecca's fate. The psychological evaluation described her as suffering from erotomania and delusional jealousy, having convinced herself that her relationship with her son was threatened by his marriage. The Desert Palms Motel closed 6 months after the discovery in room 104. Locals report that Edith Calloway still lives in her apartment behind the abandoned office, keeping watch over the empty building. Some say they've seen lights in room 104 late at night, though the electricity has long since been disconnected. The mannequin and wedding dress remain in police evidence, along with the cassette tape that still plays its message to an unknown you, a voice from the past asking questions that may never be fully answered. The trunk sits in the Millerville Police Department's evidence room, its brass fixtures tarnished but intact, still locked though now empty, a container of secrets that, like so many aspects of this case, remains stubbornly closed. Crime 7, she was exploring an overgrown garden when she saw it, an old stone well sealed with a wooden lid. A glint of something caught her eye, a silver ring, and the edge of a hand reaching up through the crack. Millbrook, Connecticut wasn't known for much, a small town of just under 15,000 residents where everyone seemed to know everyone else's business. Annie Watson had lived there her entire 29 years, working as a librarian at the Millbrook Public Library. Tall with auburn hair that fell just past her shoulders, Annie was known for her quiet demeanor and her penchant for solving puzzles. Her colleagues often said she had missed her calling as a detective. Annie had recently purchased the old Blackwood property on the eastern edge of town, a colonial farmhouse that had sat empty for nearly a decade after the death of its previous owner, an elderly widow named Margaret Blackwood. The property came with 3 acres of overgrown land, including what had once been an impressive garden, now reclaimed by nature. Annie had been drawn to the home's history and character, despite warnings from locals about its state of disrepair. "I can bring it back to life," she would say, with a quiet confidence that silenced most doubters. April 17th, 2022 began like any other Sunday for Annie. She woke early, made coffee, and spent the morning clearing brush in the backyard. The spring air was cool but pleasant, carrying the scent of fresh earth and new growth. Annie had been working on the property for 3 weekends straight, slowly revealing the bones of what had once been a beautiful landscape. It was around 2 in the afternoon when she discovered the well. Hidden beneath a tangle of ivy and blackberry bushes, the stone structure had been completely concealed from view. Annie carefully cut away the vegetation, revealing a circular stone wall rising about 3 feet from the ground. A weathered wooden lid covered the opening, secured with a rusted padlock that had long since failed. Something about the well made Annie pause. Perhaps it was the way the stones seemed to have been recently disturbed, or maybe it was simply a librarian's intuition, a sense that something wasn't quite right about the narrative before her. She approached slowly, wondering why anyone would bother to lock a well cover. When she got closer, she noticed a gap between the wooden lid and the stone. And there, catching the afternoon sunlight, was the glint of metal, a silver ring on what was unmistakably a human finger, protruding ever so slightly from beneath the cover. Annie would later tell Detective Marcus Reed that she didn't scream. Instead, she backed away slowly, her mind refusing to process what she had seen. She called 911 from her kitchen, her voice steady despite the trembling in her hands. Detective Reed arrived 20 minutes later with 2 patrol officers. A 14-year veteran of the Millbrook Police Department, Reed had investigated his share of unusual cases, but nothing like this. He approached the well cautiously, lifting the wooden cover with gloved hands. What they found inside would haunt the small town for years to come. The body was that of a young woman, perhaps in her mid-20s. She had been dead for several days, but not long enough to explain how she had ended up in a well on property that had been unoccupied for years. She wore dark jeans and a green sweater. Her blonde hair was cut in a stylish bob. The silver ring, a simple band with a small emerald, adorned her right hand, which had somehow become wedged against the well's inner wall in such a way that her fingers protruded slightly through the gap in the cover. The positioning was deliberate, Reed would later explain in his case notes. Whoever placed her there wanted her to be found eventually. The hand wasn't reaching out by accident. The victim was identified the next day as Melissa Carter, 26, a graduate student from Yale University who had been reported missing by her roommate 5 days earlier. Melissa had been researching local history for her doctoral dissertation, focusing on colonial-era structures in rural Connecticut. According to her roommate, she had mentioned visiting Millbrook to document several historic properties. No one in town remembered seeing her. The autopsy revealed that Melissa had died from blunt force trauma to the head, but there were other troubling details. Soil samples under her fingernails didn't match the earth around the well. Trace evidence on her clothing suggested she had been kept somewhere else before being placed in the well. Most disturbingly, the medical examiner found evidence that Melissa had been alive when she was put into the well, dying hours later from her injuries. Detective Reed established a timeline. Melissa had last been seen in New Haven on April 10th, purchasing coffee at a shop near campus. Her car was discovered in the parking lot of the Millbrook Historical Society on April 19th, 2 days after Annie Watson found the body. The Historical Society building had been closed for renovations during the time Melissa would have visited. As Reed dug deeper into the case, uncomfortable connections began to emerge. Margaret Blackwood, the previous owner of Annie's house, had been a long-time archivist at the Historical Society before her death in 2013. Among her personal effects, which had been stored in the Society's basement, Reed found journals describing her decades-long work cataloging artifacts from Millbrook's founding families. One name appeared repeatedly in the final pages of Margaret's journal: Thomas Whitaker, a local contractor who had been hired to renovate both the Historical Society building and, years earlier, Margaret Blackwood's home. Whitaker was 57, a lifelong Millbrook resident with no criminal record. He lived alone in a modest house on the north side of town and was known for his meticulous craftsmanship and knowledge of historical restoration. When questioned, he claimed no knowledge of Melissa Carter, though he admitted to having spoken with some young woman who had been asking about the Historical Society renovations a week before the discovery of the body. She was interested in the original foundation, he told Reed, said something about documentation for her research. Reed wasn't satisfied with Whitaker's story, but he had no evidence linking the contractor to the murder. The investigation seemed to stall as April turned to May, and the residents of Millbrook began to lock their doors at night, something many hadn't done for years. The break in the case came from an unexpected source. Annie Watson, whose librarian's curiosity had been thoroughly awakened, began researching the history of her property. She discovered that the Blackwood house had been built in 1792 by Ezekiel Blackwood, a merchant who had grown wealthy through what historical records delicately referred to as trade with the West Indies. More significantly, Annie found references to a series of underground storage chambers on the property, chambers that didn't appear on any modern surveys or plans. She brought this information to Detective Reed, who immediately obtained a warrant to search the property more thoroughly. Ground-penetrating radar revealed a network of small chambers extending from the house's cellar toward the well. When the police excavated the area, they found a narrow tunnel, its entrance concealed behind a false wall in Annie's basement. The tunnel led to a small room about 20 feet from the well. Inside, they found a chair, restraints, and blood that later matched Melissa Carter's DNA. Thomas Whitaker was brought in for questioning again. This time, faced with the physical evidence, his carefully constructed faux-pas began to crumble. He admitted to encountering Melissa at the Historical Society, where she had been asking questions about the Blackwood property. She knew too much, he said during his confession. She had found references to the tunnels in Margaret's archives. She was going to expose everything. What everything entailed became clear as the investigation widened. The tunnels had originally been used to hide contraband in the early 1800s. In more recent years, they had concealed something far more sinister. Forensic teams found evidence of at least 3 other victims in the chamber and surrounding soil. All young women who had gone missing over the past 15 years, all during periods when Whitaker had been working on the property. Margaret Blackwood's journals eventually revealed that she had suspected something was wrong. In her final entry, dated just weeks before her death from apparent natural causes, she wrote, "I fear what Thomas may have done. The missing girls from the news, the renovations to the cellar. I found a bracelet today behind the false wall. God help me, I think I know what happened to them." Whitaker was charged with 4 counts of murder. He pleaded guilty to avoid the death penalty and was sentenced to life without parole. He never fully explained his motives, though psychological evaluations suggested a pathological obsession with Millbrook's history and a desire to become part of it by creating his own dark legacy within its hidden spaces. Annie Watson never moved back into the Blackwood house. It was eventually demolished, though the well remains, now filled with concrete, a small memorial plaque, the only indication of the horrors it once concealed. Sometimes residents say, if you walk past the empty lot at dusk, you can almost see the outline of a hand reaching up from the ground, a silver ring catching the last light of day. But that, Detective Reed assures nervous locals, is just a story people tell, the kind of legend that inevitably grows around tragic events in small towns like Millbrook. The real horror, he knows, was entirely human, a hand reaching out not from some supernatural realm, but from our own world, from the darkness that sometimes lurks behind the most ordinary facades. Crime 8, she picked it up at a flea market, cracked and faded, but when she cleaned the edges, her full name appeared etched from the inside, only visible in certain light. She asked the vendor where it came from. He said that mirror was returned 4 times. The small town of Millbrook, Pennsylvania, had always been the kind of place where people left their doors unlocked at night. It was a community where everyone knew each other's business, where the local diner served the same breakfast special for 30 years, and where Lauren Cassidy had lived all her 28 years. Lauren worked as a librarian at the Millbrook Public Library, a job that suited her quiet, methodical nature. Her colleagues described her as reliable and organized, if somewhat reserved. She lived alone in a small apartment above the antique store on Main Street, spent her Sundays visiting her mother at Green Pines Assisted Living, and collected vintage mirrors, a hobby she'd inherited from her grandmother. Every 3rd weekend of the month, Lauren would visit the flea market that set up in the community center parking lot. Local vendors and travelers passing through would display their wares on folding tables and tarp-covered ground. It was at the April flea market where Lauren found the mirror that would later become evidence item 37. The mirror was Victorian in style, oval-shaped with an ornate bronze frame approximately 16 inches tall. The glass was clouded in places, with a thin crack running from the top left corner about 3 inches down. The vendor, later identified as Howard Mercer, 62, a traveling antique dealer from Ohio, had priced it at just $15, citing the damage. "It's a pretty piece," Detective Sarah Hammond would later recall Lauren's friend Melanie saying during her witness statement. But Lauren was especially drawn to the tarnishing around the edges. She said it gave the mirror character. Lauren brought the mirror home and placed it on her dresser, alongside her collection of 7 other vintage mirrors. According to her diary, found during the investigation, she began cleaning it that evening using a mixture of vinegar and water, carefully working around the edges of the frame. That's when she noticed it, her name, Lauren Elizabeth Cassidy, etched into the glass. Not scratched on the surface, but somehow embedded within the glass itself, only visible when the light hit it at a particular angle. According to text messages recovered from her phone, Lauren contacted Mercer the next day. Phone records show a 3-minute conversation at 2:37 p.m. She was curious, not scared, Mercer would later tell investigators. Asked where I got the mirror. I told her the truth, that I'd acquired it at an estate sale in Pittsburgh the previous month. I mentioned that it had been returned to me 4 times by different buyers. They all said the same thing. They didn't like the way it made them feel. Lauren's mother, Patricia Cassidy, 73, told investigators that her daughter mentioned the mirror during their weekly Sunday visit. She seemed fascinated by it, but there was something in her voice that didn't sound right. When I asked if everything was okay, she changed the subject. The week following her purchase, Lauren's coworkers at the library noticed subtle changes in her behavior. She began arriving late, unusual for someone known for her punctuality. She appeared tired, with dark circles under her eyes. When asked, she mentioned having trouble sleeping. She kept saying she felt like someone was watching her, said Diane Miller, the head librarian. We all just assumed it was stress or maybe allergies. It was spring after all. Security footage from Lauren's apartment building showed her returning home each night that week, but never leaving for the 4 days prior to her disappearance. Her last known appearance was captured on camera entering her apartment at 6:42 p.m. on April 27. She was carrying groceries from the local market and appeared to be looking over her shoulder repeatedly as she unlocked her door. Lauren didn't show up for work on Monday, April 28th. When she missed her shift for the second day in a row with no call, Diane Miller contacted the police. Officer James Reynolds responded to the wellness check, arriving at Lauren's apartment at approximately 3:15 p.m. on Tuesday, April 29th. The door was locked, no signs of forced entry. When no one answered, the building superintendent used his master key to let Officer Reynolds in. The apartment was immaculate, Officer Reynolds noted in his initial report. Nothing out of place, bed made, no signs of struggle. The only unusual thing was that all the mirrors in the apartment were covered with bed sheets. All except one, the Victorian mirror from the flea market, which sat prominently on her dresser. Forensic technicians would later determine that Lauren's fingerprints were on every surface of the mirror, not just the frame, but across the glass itself, as if she had repeatedly touched it, tracing patterns across its surface. Under UV light, they discovered something else, a series of small handprints that didn't match Lauren's. These prints were inside the glass, as if someone had pressed their hands against it from the other side. Lauren's phone was found in her apartment with her last outgoing call to Howard Mercer at 2:13 a.m. on April 28th. The call lasted 18 seconds. Mercer claimed he'd been asleep and missed it. Her final text message, sent to her friend Melanie at 3:27 a.m., read only, "I can see her in the mirror. She knows I'm watching." Despite an extensive investigation, no trace of Lauren Cassidy was ever found. Her credit cards weren't used. Her car remained in the apartment building's parking lot. Her passport was still in her dresser drawer. 3 months after her disappearance, Detective Hammond interviewed a previous owner of the mirror, a college student named Rachel Davis from Pittsburgh. Rachel had purchased the mirror at the same estate sale as Mercer, but returned it after just 2 days. "I couldn't sleep with it in my room," Rachel stated. "I kept thinking there was someone behind me whenever I looked into it. And there was this weird thing with my name. I could have sworn I saw it etched into the glass one night, but when I turned on the lights, it was gone." The estate sale where both Rachel and eventually Mercer acquired the mirror had been for the belongings of Alina Wright, an elderly woman who had passed away in her sleep. Records showed that Alina had worked as a glass etcher in her youth, specializing in personalized mirrors and windows. She had no family and lived alone for the last 40 years of her life. The investigation into Lauren's disappearance gradually went cold. The Victorian mirror was logged into evidence, where it remains to this day. Officers assigned to the evidence room have filed 3 separate requests to have it removed, citing discomfort and unexplained reflections. 6 months after Lauren vanished, her mother, Patricia, received a small package in the mail. There was no return address. Inside was a shard of mirror glass about the size of a business card. When tilted at just the right angle under just the right light, you could make out an etching of 2 names, Lauren Elizabeth Cassidy, and beneath it, Alina Wright. The case remains open but inactive. Lauren Cassidy is still listed as a missing person. Sometimes, late at night, the duty officer at the Millbrook Police Department swears they can hear faint tapping coming from the evidence room. It always stops when someone goes to check. And in the evidence log next to item 37, someone has written in small, tight handwriting, "Do not look directly into the glass." The mirror has been returned now 5 times, but Lauren Cassidy has never returned home. Crime 9, her apartment was supposed to have 6 rooms, but one hallway led to a 7th door, painted black, no knob, sealed shut. She heard whispers behind it every night. Then one morning it stood open, and her name was written on the inside wall. Amber Walsh moved to Portland, Oregon in the fall of 2018. 26 years old, with a degree in graphic design and a job offer from a small but growing marketing firm, she felt ready for a fresh start after ending a 5-year relationship in Minneapolis. Her mother worried about her moving so far from home, but Amber had always been independent, even as a child, the type to venture too far into the woods behind their suburban home, returning with interesting rocks and tales of imaginary kingdoms. She found a 1-bedroom apartment in a converted Victorian house in southeast Portland, close to cafes and vintage shops. The building, divided into 8 units, retained much of its original charm: high ceilings, crown molding, and hardwood floors that creaked slightly under pressure. Her apartment, number 7, was on the 2nd floor at the end of a long hallway. The landlord, Mr. Callahan, a thin man in his 60s with wire-rimmed glasses, had shown her around personally. Living room, kitchen, bathroom, bedroom, walk-in closet, and this small home office space, he'd said, pointing to each doorway. 6 rooms in total, just as advertised. Amber loved the apartment immediately. The rent was reasonable, the neighborhood vibrant but not too noisy, and the commute to her new job only 15 minutes by bike. She signed the lease that afternoon. The first 2 months passed uneventfully. Amber settled into her new job, made a few friends at work, and spent weekends exploring the city. She called her mother every Sunday, describing Portland's quirky charm and assuring her that yes, she was eating properly, and no, she didn't regret the move. It wasn't until late November, when the Pacific Northwest rains had set in, that Amber first noticed something odd about her apartment. Coming home late one night after drinks with coworkers, slightly tipsy and fumbling with her keys, she glanced down the hallway that led from her living room to the bedroom and thought she saw something unusual, a shadow where there shouldn't be one, at the very end of the hall. The next morning she attributed it to the alcohol and her tired eyes, but over the following days she began to pay more attention to that hallway. It was longer than it needed to be, stretching perhaps 15 feet from the living room to the bedroom door. On the right side was her bathroom, and on the left, the small home office. But beyond those doors, the hallway continued for about 5 more feet before reaching her bedroom. And it was in that final stretch of hallway that Amber began to notice a peculiarity in the wall. At first, it was just a feeling, a sense that the proportions were somehow off. Then one evening, while changing a light bulb in the hallway sconce, she ran her hand along the wall and felt what seemed to be the outline of a door frame beneath the wallpaper. Curious, she knocked gently. The sound was hollow. Over the next few days, Amber found herself increasingly preoccupied with the wall. She examined it in different lights at different times of day. Under the morning sun, it looked like any other wall. But in the evening, especially when the hallway light cast shadows, she could discern the faint outline of what appeared to be a door that had been papered over, painted, and sealed shut. She considered asking Mr. Callahan about it, but hesitated. It seemed trivial, and she didn't want to appear neurotic to her new landlord. Besides, old houses had their quirks. Perhaps it had once been a closet or a doorway to another apartment before the building was remodeled. Then came the first night she heard the whispers. Amber had always been a deep sleeper, but on this particular night in early December, she woke suddenly at 3:17 a.m. The digital clock on her nightstand cast a red glow across her bedroom. She lay still, unsure what had woken her when she heard it, a soft, indistinct murmuring, like a conversation being held just beyond the range of comprehension. The sound seemed to be coming from the hallway. Heart-pounding, Amber reached for her phone and turned on the flashlight. She crept out of bed and into the hallway, the wooden floor cold beneath her bare feet. The murmuring stopped immediately. She stood there for several minutes, flashlight illuminating the empty corridor. Nothing, just the normal settling sounds of an old building. Amber returned to bed, convincing herself it had been a dream or perhaps noise from a neighboring apartment. But over the next few weeks, she woke to similar sounds several more times, always between 3:00 and 4:00 a.m., and always seeming to emanate from the same place, the end of the hallway, where that strange outline was visible. By mid-January, Amber had developed a habit of avoiding looking directly at that section of wall when she passed it. She began keeping her bedroom door closed at night. She stopped inviting new friends over, uncomfortable with the idea of explaining why certain parts of her apartment made her uneasy. At work, her colleagues noticed the dark circles under her eyes. Not sleeping well in the new place, her manager asked. Amber brushed it off, blaming Portland's winter darkness and her still adjusting circadian rhythm. It was on January 24th that things escalated. Amber woke in the middle of the night to the sound of what seemed like fingernails lightly scratching at wall plaster. This time, she didn't get up to investigate. She pulled the covers over her head and plugged in her earbuds, playing music until dawn broke. The next day, a Saturday, Amber decided she needed answers. She called her mother, carefully framing her questions around a friend who had discovered a sealed doorway in her apartment and was curious about it. Her mother, practical as always, suggested that if it bothered this friend so much, she should simply ask the landlord or look up the building's floor plans at the city records office. Taking her mother's advice, Amber called Mr. Callahan. His response was oddly dismissive. "Oh, that old place has been remodeled so many times," he said, his voice sounding strained. "Could be anything, a closet, an old dumbwaiter shaft, best to leave it alone. The building's historical, you know. Certain structural elements can't be altered." Amber found his response unsatisfying, but decided to follow up on her mother's second suggestion. The following Monday, she took the afternoon off work and visited the city records office. The clerk, a woman named Margaret with steel gray hair and horn-rimmed glasses, helped her locate the original floor plans for the Victorian home, dated 1897, as well as several renovation permits filed over the decades. Amber spent hours poring over the documents, tracing the evolution of the house from a single-family residence to its current configuration of 8 separate apartments. What she found disturbed her. According to the plans, her apartment number 7 should indeed have had only 6 rooms. But the oldest floor plan showed something else, a small room at the end of that hallway, roughly 6 feet by 8 feet, with no indication of its purpose. In subsequent renovation plans, this room disappeared, apparently absorbed into what was now her bedroom, but the doorway was never shown as sealed. Stranger still, when she cross-referenced the various plans, the proportions didn't quite add up. Even accounting for wall thickness, there seemed to be about 30 square feet of space unaccounted for, space that would sit precisely behind that sealed door. On her way home, Amber stopped at a hardware store and purchased a stud finder and a small hammer. That evening, after checking twice to make sure no one was in the hallway outside her apartment, she began tapping along the suspicious wall, listening for changes in sound that might indicate hollow space. Near the bottom of what she now believed to be a sealed doorway, the plaster sounded different, thinner somehow. Heart racing, Amber used the hammer to chip away a small section of wall about the size of a quarter. Behind the plaster was black paint on wood. She stepped back, suddenly afraid. She had confirmed her suspicion. There was indeed a door there, painted black and sealed shut. But now that she knew for certain, she wasn't sure what to do next. Breaking through her landlord's wall certainly violated her lease, and yet the mystery of what lay beyond that door had become an obsession. Amber decided to seal up the small hole she'd made and think about her next steps. She patched it with toothpaste, a temporary fix that would at least make the damage less noticeable until she could properly repair it. That night the whispers were louder than ever. Amber lay awake, listening to what now distinctly sounded like a woman's voice, though the words remained unintelligible. Around 4 a.m., exhausted and frightened, she finally fell into a fitful sleep. She dreamed of standing before the black door, which now had a brass knob that turned easily in her hand. In the dream, she opened the door and saw only darkness beyond, a darkness that seemed to pulse with its own life. From within that darkness, a voice whispered her name, Amber. She woke with a start, sunlight streaming through her bedroom window. For a moment, she felt relief at having survived another night. Then she noticed her bedroom door was open, though she distinctly remembered closing it before going to bed. Heart hammering, Amber forced herself to get up and walk to the hallway. What she saw made her freeze in place, a scream caught in her throat. The black door was now fully visible, the wallpaper and plaster around it torn away as if by frantic hands. There was no doorknob, just as she had observed in the outline, but more disturbing was the fact that the door stood slightly ajar, open perhaps an inch, revealing nothing but darkness beyond. Amber backed away, fumbling for her phone. She called Mr. Callahan, her voice shaking as she demanded an explanation. His response was terse, "Don't go near it. I'll be there in 20 minutes." Those 20 minutes were the longest of Amber's life. She stood in her living room, as far from the hallway as possible, watching the sliver of darkness between the door and frame, convinced that at any moment something would emerge. When Mr. Callahan arrived, his usual composed demeanor was gone. He looked ashen, his hands trembling slightly as he examined the door. "This shouldn't be happening," he muttered, more to himself than to Amber. It was sealed properly. All the precautions were taken. "What precautions?" Amber demanded. "What is that room? Why wasn't I told about it?" Mr. Callahan sighed deeply, suddenly looking much older than his 60-some years. "It's not a room, Miss Walsh, at least not anymore." He explained haltingly that in 1923, a young woman named Eliza Chambers had lived in what was then still a single-family home. According to local newspapers, Eliza had suffered from what they called melancholia. After the death of her fiancé in World War I one night, she locked herself in that small room, originally a sewing room, and took her own life. The family moved out shortly after, Mr. Callahan continued. When the house was converted to apartments in the 1950s, the new owners decided to seal that room completely, floor, ceiling, walls, everything. They didn't want to tear it down for structural reasons, but they also didn't want to incorporate it into any of the apartments. some superstition about preserving the space where someone died violently. Amber felt cold despite the apartment's heating. So there's a sealed room behind that door, a room where someone died almost 100 years ago. Yes, Mr. Callahan said, and it should have remained sealed. I don't understand how this happened. Together they approached the door cautiously. Mr. Callahan pushed it open wider with a gloved hand. Beyond was indeed a small room, but not as Amber had imagined. The space was empty of furniture, the walls covered in faded floral wallpaper now peeling in long strips. A single window, boarded from the outside, let in thin slats of light through the cracks. Dust motes danced in these meager beams, making the air seem thick and difficult to breathe. But what drew Amber's attention, what made her blood run cold, was what was written on the far wall. In what looked like charcoal or black chalk, in a spidery antique hand, was her name, Amber. Below it were other names, dozens of them, each written in different hands, some faded almost to invisibility, others fresher. Each name had a date beside it, the most recent being just 2 years ago. Previous tenants, Mr. Callahan whispered, his voice hollow. Apartment 7 has had issues with retention. People don't stay long. Why didn't you tell me? Amber's voice was barely audible. Would you have rented it if I had? He countered. Then more gently, most people never notice anything. The door stays sealed for them, but sometimes the room chooses someone. Amber moved out that same day, staying with a coworker until she could find a new apartment. Mr. Callahan didn't protest when she broke her lease, nor did he ask for her security deposit. He simply nodded, as if he'd expected this outcome all along. The police were called to investigate the mysterious room, but their report was inconclusive. The names on the wall could not be verified as being written by the actual former tenants, and no evidence of foul play was found. The case was filed away as an unusual but not criminal incident. Amber Walsh now lives in Seattle. She doesn't talk much about her time in Portland, and she always insists on seeing the full layout of any apartment before signing a lease. She sleeps with a night light. As for apartment 7 in that old Victorian house in southeast Portland, it remains vacant. The door at the end of the hallway has been sealed again, this time with concrete and steel reinforcement behind the new drywall. But occasionally, late at night, passers-by report hearing whispers from inside the building, even when all the other apartments are dark and still. And sometimes, they say, if you look up at the second-floor windows, you might see a face peering out from a window that, according to the building plans, shouldn't exist at all. The faint outline of a woman, waiting for the next name to add to her wall. Story 10. In the quiet town, there lay a house at the edge of the woods, shrouded in mystery. It stood solitary, its windows darkened, and its porch worn with the passage of time. No one dared claim ownership of it, and the origins of its construction faded into whispers of the past. But when a group of wanderers strayed too near, they beheld a chilling sight, names carved into the weathered wood, etched deep like foreboding messages. And at the end of the list, fresh and untouched, was a name unfamiliar to all. It wasn't until a tremulous whisper broke the silence, "That's mine." The call came in the dead of night, a routine report of trespassing logged by dispatch. The voice on the other end belonged to Mason Wright, the leader of the group who stumbled upon his own name carved into the forsaken house. Responding officers anticipated mere teenage mischief, a prank gone awry, but what they encountered defied logic. Detective Sarah Keller arrived as dusk descended upon the forest, her flashlight piercing the shadows to reveal the aged facade of the structure. 27 names etched vertically on the eastern wall, some faded by time, others sharp as if freshly carved. And at the base, Mason Wright, the cut still redolent of sawdust. "I've never been here," Mason insisted, his words mingling with the frosty breath in the chilly air. "How could anyone know my name?" The investigation commenced with scrutiny of each name listed. The findings sent shivers through the detective team. Every name belonged to an individual reported missing over the past 40 years, vanishing while hiking alone. Some cases grew cold, while others remained open, united by a harrowing detail: the hikers' solitary disappearances. Forensic experts meticulously documented each carving, noting the nuances in depth, technique, and weathering. The earliest inscription, Rebecca Hansen, linked to a missing persons case from decades past, where a young woman ventured into these woods never to return, leaving only a lone hiking boot by a stream. Detective Keller delved into Mason's background, his alibi unwavering. He had no ties to the area beyond the fateful hike with his college companions. Randomly chosen, the trail held no connection to the other names adorning the house. Attention turned to Mason's friends. Emily Chen, the group's photographer, shared snapshots from their journey. Analysts discerned a disconcerting presence in the background of 3 images: a blurred, slender figure, always obscured by the foliage. "We saw no one else," Emily affirmed. "We'd remember." A search of the house's interior unveiled a grim tableau in the basement. Belongings of the missing hikers meticulously arranged on shelves, each item labeled with a corresponding name from outside. Bloodstains, concealed yet revealed under ultraviolet light, hinted at efforts to erase the evidence. Despite cadaver dogs' alerts near the dense forest behind the house, no bodies were unearthed. Mason's behavior grew erratic, plagued by phantom whispers, mysterious footprints, and shadowy figures. Assigned protection, he descended into paranoia. A breakthrough came with the unearthing of land records, tracing the house's ownership to a recluse named Victor Blackwood. Sparse encounters painted him as a tall, gaunt figure, evading contact. Blackwood vanished 15 years prior, his disappearance overlooked. A warrant granted access to the surrounding forest, uncovering primitive hunting blinds strategically placed along trails. Within one blind, a journal chronicled Blackwood's eerie observations: the transition from animal prey to human targets, meticulously tracked and selected. A manhunt ensued, spanning jurisdictions, with helicopters and tactical units scouring the wilderness. Yet Blackwood remained elusive. Mason vanished, leaving behind a cryptic message on his wall. A chilling discovery in Blackwood's house: a concealed workshop housing tools and a freshly carved name propelled the investigation. The lead forensic technician, missing, further fueled the urgency. Surveillance tightened, awaiting the elusive figure. One night, sensors triggered an alarm, capturing a spectral figure emerging from the forest. Effortless and ethereal, it approached the house, evading capture as the cameras blinked. Mason and the technician eluded discovery, perpetuating the enigma. Today, the house stands under watchful eyes, a symbol of unsolved mysteries. The investigation persists, drawing resources as similar vanishings surface. The names on the wall echo through the corridors of law enforcement, a chilling reminder of the unspoken horrors. Local hikers steer clear, fearful that a whispered mention might ensnare them in the haunting legacy, the names that linger in the silent shadows. Story 11, the old apartment exuded a sense of history, its walls holding secrets whispered through time. The heating system groaned, the pipes rattled, creating a symphony of familiarity in the stillness of the night. It was a melody that echoed through the years, a lullaby sung by the building itself, or so they thought until she heard it, a voice gentle yet insistent, weaving through the vents like a ghostly breeze. It wasn't the usual background noise of daily life, it was personal, intimate. Calling her name in hushed tones that sent shivers down her spine, she hesitated, then pressed her ear against the cold metal grate, heart racing in anticipation. A sudden gust of icy air brushed against her cheek, carrying with it a soft, playful whisper, "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw found herself drawn into the mystery of the vacant apartment, her keen eyes scanning every corner for clues whispered by the walls. The rusted vent cover, pried open, beckoned her closer, a silent witness to the enigma that unfolded within. The forensics team moved with precision, capturing the essence of the scene in flashes of light. Alina Reeves, the missing soul whose presence lingered in the air, had left behind a trail of unanswered questions. Officer Patel recited the details from his notepad, painting a picture of a woman tormented by unseen forces. Shaw knelt beside the vent, tracing the deep scratches with a thoughtful gaze. Fingernails, desperate and frantic, etched a story of fear and struggle on the metal surface. The apartment bore witness to Alina's descent into paranoia, her once vibrant existence overshadowed by whispers of dread. Shaw listened to the echoes of Alina's life, piecing together a mosaic of fear and longing. The apartment held its secrets close, revealing glimpses of a life interrupted. Alina's belongings, untouched yet haunted, spoke volumes of a presence that refused to fade. The chair beneath the vent, a silent sentinel to the whispered conversations that once filled the room. Shaw felt the weight of the unseen eyes that watched, the ghostly whispers that lingered in the shadows. The truth emerged in fragments, scattered whispers carried on the wind, fibers entwined in the vent grating, a fingerprint left behind in desperation. Alina's voice, fragile and pleading, captured in moments of solitude. The building itself seemed to hold its breath, a silent witness to the horrors concealed within its walls. As Shaw delved deeper into the labyrinth of secrets, a chilling revelation surfaced. Hidden passages, forgotten realms between walls harbored a presence long forgotten. A phantom dweller, a veer of souls hidden in plain sight. The walls whispered of a dark symbiosis, a dance of predator and prey played out in shadows. Harold Weber, the custodian of secrets, maintained his facade of normalcy as Shaw's questions probed deeper. His words, a veil of innocence, masked the darkness that lurked beneath the surface. The past tenants, their stories woven into the fabric of the building, cried out for justice. The evidence spoke in hushed tones, a symphony of betrayal and deceit orchestrated by a master manipulator. Shaw uncovered the truth hidden within the walls, a tale of obsession and possession that defied reason. Weber's digital shrine, a twisted homage to his victims, painted a portrait of madness that chilled the soul. The courtroom held its breath as the trial unfolded, the truth laid bare for all to see. Weber's calm demeanor, a facade of serenity, shattered under the weight of his crimes. The whispers of the building echoed through the halls, a haunting reminder of the lives lost to the shadows. As justice was served, the building stood silent, a monument to the horrors that lurked within its walls. The whispers of the past lingered in the air, a ghostly reminder of the darkness that once dwelled there. Residents came and went, fleeting shadows in a haunted landscape, their voices lost in the symphony of the building's secrets. The apartment building, a silent sentinel to the mysteries of the past, stood empty and forlorn. The whispers in the walls remained, a haunting melody that echoed through the halls. The heating system groaned, the pipes rattled, a ghostly chorus that sang of a history best left forgotten. And yet, in the stillness of the night, the building whispered its secrets to those who dared to listen. Story 12. She entered through the front door, dust dancing in the stagnant air. The abandoned house exuded a sense of frozen time, with peeling walls and furniture cloaked in sheets. Yet amidst the stillness, there was a peculiar anomaly that set it apart. The doors, each door she opened, led back to the same room, the parlor. A never-ending loop, a maze with no escape. The only way out seemed to be the way she had come in. But as she turned to retreat, the front door had vanished into thin air. The discovery of Morgan Pierce's lifeless body shifted the narrative of the deserted Victorian from mere curiosity to a haunting crime scene. Detective Sarah Lynn stood at the threshold, observing forensic experts move silently through the dim interior like phantoms. The house had garnered a reputation among locals, a place where compasses spun wildly, where whispers of unseen watchers lingered. Now it held secrets darker than mere folklore. The initial examination indicates she passed about 3 days ago, the medical examiner murmured, his voice barely audible. Seems like asphyxiation was the cause of death. Morgan was found seated in an antique chair in the parlor as though in anticipation of someone's arrival. Her expression serene, hands clasped neatly in her lap. No signs of struggle, no marks of resistance. The scene possessed a chilling calmness that unsettled even the most seasoned investigators. "Discovered the body?" Lind inquired, studying her notes. "A real estate agent showing the property to potential buyers," her partner replied. They stumbled upon her sitting there, mistaken for a trespasser, until they drew closer. The house had stood vacant since the passing of its previous owner, Eleanor Blackwood, nearly 5 years prior. Legal disputes had left the property in a state of neglect, unwanted, unsold, and fading into obscurity, except for those seeking thrills or mischief. Morgan Pierce, a 26-year-old graduate student delving into architectural oddities for her thesis, was described by friends as meticulous, driven, and captivated by spaces that defied conventional norms. The allure of the abandoned Victorian, renowned for disorienting its visitors, would have undoubtedly beckoned to her. Her roommate reported her missing 2 days back, Lind noted. Morgan mentioned visiting the house where people get lost for her research. As the investigation unfolded, it was revealed that Morgan had frequented the house in the weeks leading to her demise. Her journal entries chronicled strange acoustics, sudden chills, and doors that led to different spaces with each opening. In her final entry, she spoke of bringing specialized equipment to capture what she termed spatial anomalies. Yet this equipment was nowhere to be found. The autopsy unveiled an unexpected detailed traces of a rare alkaloid in Morgan's system, derived from a plant associated with shamanic practices. While the substance could induce disorientation and vivid visions, the amount found was insufficient to be fatal. She wasn't one to dabble in recreational drugs, her boyfriend insisted during questioning. Morgan was meticulous in her research methods. She wouldn't have jeopardized her perception knowingly. Digital forensics uncovered remnants of deleted messages on Morgan's phone. Conversations with an individual who shared her fascination with the house, someone claiming to grasp its enigmatic nature. The exchanges grew increasingly intimate and cryptic. "The house retains its memories," read one message. "It longs for someone to comprehend." The trail led detectives to Adam Reeves, an architectural historian who had corresponded with Morgan. His expertise in rare spatial phenomena had captivated her, evolving their professional connection into a more personal bond. When questioned, Reeves appeared genuinely distraught by Morgan's demise. "The house holds a legacy," he explained. The original architect wove optical illusions and deceptive perspectives into its design. It was intended to bewilder and disorient. Morgan believed there was a deeper significance to it, something transcending mere tricks of architecture. However, Reeves had a solid alibi for the presumed time of death, supported by security footage showing him at a university symposium miles away. Breakthrough emerged from an unexpected source: Alina Blackwood's grandson, residing abroad. Contacted by investigators, he disclosed a family secret concealed for generations. "My grandmother wasn't the sole Blackwood to perish within that house," he divulged. "There were others, always discovered in the parlor, always appearing at peace. The family termed it the claiming." He provided journals spanning decades, detailing deaths initially attributed to natural causes like heart failure or stroke. The pattern was unmistakable: individuals spending prolonged periods in the house eventually succumbed to what the family euphemistically labeled the influence. A secondary search of the premises unveiled a concealed compartment behind the parlor hearth. Within, investigators unearthed Morgan's missing equipment and something more: a small enclave housing artifacts from diverse indigenous cultures, arranged meticulously in a geometric pattern. At its center sat a weathered figurine, its features smoothed by generations of handling. Analysis identified the carving as a representation of a deity linked to liminal spaces, thresholds bridging worlds. Traces of the alkaloid found in Morgan's system were detected on the artifacts. The case took a sinister turn when forensic analysis of dust patterns in the house hinted at another presence during Morgan's passing. Partial fingerprints unrelated to Morgan or any known visitors were retrieved from doorknobs throughout the residence. 3 weeks into the inquiry, Adam Reeves was discovered deceased in his apartment. Similar to Morgan, he was seated facing the entry, with the same alkaloid in his system. Clutched in his hand was a key that matched no lock in his dwelling, but seamlessly fit the hidden compartment in the Victorian. In his final email, sent to himself as if preserving a testament, Reeves inscribed, "The house doesn't ensnare you physically, it ensnares your perception." Morgan was correct: the doors lead where they always have, but something convinces you that you're moving in circles. Once you grasp the truth, you can depart at any moment, yet by then the desire to leave has faded. The case remains officially unresolved, categorized as suspicious deaths under scrutiny. The Victorian has been condemned, its access restricted by authorities. Nevertheless, whispers persist of phantom lights glimpsed within on certain nights, and tales of guests who vanish once inside. Some locals argue that the house seizes those who decipher its enigmas too well. Others speculate that Morgan and Reeves uncovered a potent and ancient force, one existing within the crevices of conventional reality. The verity remains as elusive as an escape in a house where all doors circle back to the beginning. Story 13: The Unsettling Discovery. Renovations in old homes often reveal forgotten treasures and curious artifacts. Sarah and Michael, a newlywed couple, found themselves knee-deep in just such a project when they decided to restore a Victorian-era house they had purchased at an estate auction. Intrigued by the ornate moldings and rich history of the place, they dove headfirst into the task of breathing new life into the old dwelling. As they ripped up the aging floorboards one by one, they stumbled upon a hidden secret that sent shivers down their spines. Tucked neatly beneath the wood lay a weathered letter, its paper fragile and its ink faded with time. The message etched on the page was simple yet ominous: "Don't trust the one who knocked." Before they could ponder the meaning behind those chilling words, the silence of the empty house was shattered by 3 sharp raps that reverberated through the air. Sarah and Michael exchanged worried glances, feeling the weight of the unknown pressing down on them. Detective Alina Reed, a seasoned investigator with a sharp eye for detail, was called to the scene to unravel the mystery that had been unearthed. With her partner by her side, she carefully retrieved the ominous note from its hiding place, noting the unavoidable contamination caused by the couple's touch. Reed delved deep into the history of the house, uncovering layers of secrets buried within its walls. The dwelling had once belonged to the Hargrove family, with the last resident, Margaret Hargrove, living a solitary existence until her passing. Neighbors painted a picture of a reclusive yet kind woman, leaving no trail of suspicion behind her demise. The cryptic note, dated 2 decades prior, hinted at a darker past lurking beneath the surface. Reed's investigation led her to the revelation of Franklin Hargrove's gambling debts and the menacing presence of Victor Mercer, a ruthless loan shark and collector who had vanished without a trace. Through Margaret's haunting diaries and meticulous forensic work, the truth slowly came to light. Franklin's debt had driven him to a breaking point, leading to a deadly confrontation with Mercer that ended in tragedy. The house bore witness to unspeakable horrors, its walls holding onto the secrets of the past. As the case reached its resolution, the remains of Victor Mercer were laid to rest, bringing a sense of closure to a chapter long forgotten. Sarah and Michael, unable to shake the lingering unease that permeated the house, made the decision to part ways with their troubled abode. The once grand Victorian home now stands empty, its halls echoing with whispers of the past. Local legends speak of phantom knocks in the dead of night, a chilling reminder of the darkness that once dwelled within its walls. Detective Reed closed the case with a heavy heart, knowing that some mysteries are destined to remain unsolved, lost to the passage of time. The note, now stored away as evidence, serves as a haunting reminder. Don't trust the one who knocked. The enigmatic message lingers in the air, a cryptic warning from a bygone era, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and lingering shadows of doubt. Story 14: The Enigmatic Manor. The new occupants believed it to be an idiosyncrasy, the antiquated intercom system crackling in the dead of night. A relic of a bygone era, rewired but left dormant. Then on a solitary evening, the husband, driven by curiosity, pressed the button. A whisper emanated from the speaker, sending shivers down his spine. "Why have you returned?" Startled, he recoiled, hands trembling. His wife, a silent presence behind him, softly murmured, "I never uttered those words." Nestled amidst ancient oak trees, the Victorian manor exuded an air of mystery, its aged facade camouflaging the modernized interior. Daniel and Meredith Parker, enamored with history, acquired the property at an unexpectedly modest price, despite the real estate agent's uneasy demeanor during the tour. The intercom system, a vintage marvel connecting every room, had captivated the Parkers, adding allure to their new abode. Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the estate, the gravel crunching beneath the wheels of her unmarked car. Initially reported as a possible break-in, a subtle undercurrent in the dispatcher's voice hinted at a more complex narrative. Daniel Parker, a somber figure, greeted her at the entrance, his pallid complexion stark even in the faint porch light. "It all began with the intercom," he recounted, leading Detective Reeves through the majestic foyer. Initially just static, then whispers, and eventually coherent sentences. My wife believed I was imagining things until she too heard it. In the living room, Meredith sat rigid on an antique settee, her hands tightly clasping a steaming cup left untouched. "We uncovered something hidden behind the wall," she divulged without preamble. Daniel had set out to expand the kitchen pantry, and upon removing the drywall, her voice faltered. Concealed behind the wall, enveloped in decaying plastic, lay a small leather-bound journal. Detective Reeves, donning gloves, gingerly unfurled its fragile pages. The elegant yet frantic script belonged to a woman named Alina, the apparent former owner. The The entries chronicled her mounting apprehension regarding her husband Vincent's malevolent intentions. The last entry dates back 30 years, Daniel elucidated. After that, silence. The previous owners mentioned purchasing the house from an elderly man who relocated to a retirement community. Further investigation unveiled that Vincent and Alina Blackwood had indeed resided in the residence. Records indicated that Vincent sold the house shortly after Alina purportedly departed. No divorce proceedings, no change of address, no financial transactions in Alina's name post the final journal entry date. Detective Reeves marshaled a team to meticulously scrutinize the property. Ground-penetrating radar exposed irregularities beneath the garden shed's concrete foundation. As the investigators breached the decades-old concrete, a chilling revelation emerged in the form of human remains. Forensic analysis confirmed the skeleton belonged to a woman in her 40s, displaying signs of blunt force trauma to the skull. Among the remains lay a gold wedding band inscribed with the words, "To Alina, my eternal love." The case against Vincent Blackwood swiftly solidified. Now aged and residing in a care facility, his acuity remained intact as he comprehended the accusations leveled against him. Confronted with irrefutable evidence, his response sent shivers down the detective's spine. "She wouldn't cease her prattling," Vincent uttered, his voice eerily composed. "Always blathering through that infernal intercom, monitoring me, interrogating me. I disconnected it, yet she reconnected it herself, claiming she wished to always be able to reach me, wherever I was in the house." His vacant gaze met theirs. "I merely craved silence." During his admission, Vincent unveiled the meticulous fabrication of Alina deserting him, even sending fabricated postcards to neighbors from diverse locales, inscribed in falsified penmanship. He had resided in the house for years thereafter, treading daily over the concrete concealing his wife's remains. The trial concluded swiftly, with Vincent pleading guilty to murder. The presiding judge acknowledged the premeditated nature of the crime and the decades-long deceit that ensued. Daniel and Meredith eventually relinquished ownership of the house, unable to coexist with its grim past. Before their departure, they held a commemorative service for Alina in the restored garden post the investigation. The intercom system was eradicated during subsequent renovations by the new proprietors. Workers reported hearing static and whispers as they dismantled the system, attributing it to interference from their tools. Detective Reeves revisited the Blackwood case file one final time before its archival. As she sealed the manila folder, she pondered on how the house itself seemed to transcend time to unveil its enigma. The wheels of justice had finally caught up with Vincent Blackwood, all due to Alina's ingenious method of making her voice heard. Among local law enforcement, the case became renowned as the house that responded. Occasionally, Detective Reeves would pass by the property on her way home. She never halted, yet she would decelerate, her window slightly ajar, attuned to whispers carried on the breeze. Story 15, the aged apartment possessed its own peculiarities, pipes that moaned, floorboards that groaned. Yet the new occupant sensed a difference in the sounds she heard. The footsteps echoed with a rhythm too precise, too deliberate. They descended from above, lingering and methodical. However, she resided on the highest level. One evening, she mustered the courage to tap the ceiling with a broomstick. Abruptly, the sound ceased. A profound silence enveloped the space. Then a solitary knock reverberated from within the ceiling. Sarah Coleman chose to keep the mysterious knocking incident to herself. She convinced her mind it was merely the settling of the building or perchance a small creature that had wandered into the attic cavity. Despite the persistent footsteps that continued each night, she adjusted by raising the volume of her television, donning headphones to bed, anything to drown out the meticulous footfalls traversing her ceiling in the shadows. Detective Morris was brought into the loop when a maintenance worker stumbled upon a concealed crawlspace during routine repairs. Upon fixing a water leak outside Sarah's apartment, the worker removed a segment of drywall in the hallway. Behind it, he unearthed a narrow passageway that defied the building blueprints. Illuminated by his flashlight were remnants of a makeshift living area, scattered food wrappers, discarded water bottles, a soiled blanket, and a tattered notebook. The building superintendent promptly contacted the authorities. Detective Morris, accompanied by his partner Detective Rivera, found the maintenance worker visibly shaken and pale. "Someone has been dwelling within the walls," he kept repeating. "Someone has been watching." The notebook contained meticulous observations of Sarah Coleman, her daily routine, her guests, her dinner choices, her television preferences, her bathing times, her sleep patterns. The handwriting, initially neat, devolved into erratic scribbles towards the final pages with peculiar symbols adorning the margins. "The subject no longer acknowledges my presence," read the last entry. "She has chosen to disregard me. No one disregards me." Forensic experts combed through the crawl space, unearthing fingerprints that matched no existing records. They unveiled an intricate network of passageways integrated into the walls and ceilings of the building, some dating back decades based on structural assessments. These passages linked to 5 distinct apartments, but ended in observation points, tiny apertures camouflaged as fixtures or minor damages in only one, Sarah Coleman's. The investigative team interviewed current tenants who reported no anomalies beyond the customary apartment noises. Former occupants divulged a different narrative. 3 prior residents of Sarah's apartment recounted sensations of being watched or hearing inexplicable movements. 1 had vacated after a mere fortnight. None had disclosed their encounters, fearing they would be dismissed as paranoid. A breakthrough emerged when forensic specialists detected minute blood splatters in one of the crawl spaces. DNA analysis traced it to Martin Weaver, a former resident who had vanished without a trace 4 years earlier. His disappearance had led to a cold case status, despite his family filing a missing persons report. Martin had resided in the apartment directly below Sarah's. Detective Morris revisited Martin's disappearance. According to neighbors, Martin had complained about noises stemming from the apartment above his. He had confronted the occupant, a reserved individual named Edward who kept to himself. Shortly thereafter, Martin vanished. Edward vacated the premises the subsequent month, leaving no forwarding details. Investigators delved into Edward's rental history and unearthed a pattern. He had selected top-floor units in 6 different apartment complexes over 2 decades, forming minimal social connections and departing without notice. A neighbor from his 3rd residence recalled him as intense and remembered his constant grievances about requiring silence. Property records revealed that Edward had procured remote rural land. Upon reaching the location, they uncovered a cabin adorned with photographs and notes. Images of residents from various apartment buildings, including Sarah Coleman and Martin Weaver. Schematics of ventilation systems and structural vulnerabilities. Elaborate journals detailing observations of the specimens and maintaining the habitat. At the cabin center stood a corkboard embellished with newspaper clippings. Reports of missing persons, 6 in total. All previous residents of buildings where Edward had resided. Deep gouges marred the wooden floor beneath the board, suggesting repeated dragging of a heavy object. Behind the cabin, cadaver dogs guided investigators to a freshly disturbed patch of earth. Excavation unveiled human remains, and then another burial site, and another. As forensic anthropologists embarked on the somber task of identifying the victims, Detective Morris returned to Sarah's apartment complex. Although the crawl spaces had been sealed off, occupants still reported sporadic noises. While installing new security measures, maintenance personnel stumbled upon an object tucked in a corner where the ceiling intersected with the wall, a fresh notebook, newer than the initial discovery. The inaugural page bore a solitary sentence: "They discovered my former abode, but not my current one." The handwriting mirrored that of the previous notebook. The final page featured a rudimentary sketch of Sarah's apartment layout with a crimson-marked new passage and a date for that very night. Law enforcement hastened to evacuate Sarah, only to find her residence deserted. Her phone lay on the kitchen counter. Her television remained on. Her shower was still running. In the bathroom, the mirror fogged with steam, revealing a message etched by a finger: "Look up." The ceiling panel above the shower had been dismantled. The pursuit for Edward, now identified as Edward Mercer, a former construction specialist focusing on renovations, persists. His comprehension of building structures facilitated the creation of his concealed network of observation points and passages. Thermal scans of Sarah's edifice unveiled no signs of present occupancy within the walls. Sarah Coleman remains unaccounted for, her case intertwined with comparable vanishings across multiple states. Authorities have alerted apartment administrators about unsanctioned alterations in concealed spaces. Amidst the haunting remnants of graves, journals, and unsuspecting residents' photographs, Detective Morris finds himself fixated on the image of Sarah, listening to those footsteps above her in an apartment devoid of an overhead neighbor. The footsteps that ceased when she rapped on the ceiling, only to reciprocate the knock. At times, during solitary nights within his own dwelling, Detective Morris catches himself gazing up at his ceiling, listening, waiting, and pondering who else might be eavesdropping. Story 16. In the quiet of a suburban neighborhood, a mysterious key arrived in the mail, wrapped in a plain envelope with no return address. The key, made of aged brass, held a weight of unknown origins. The homeowner, Sarah Miller, felt a strange sense of familiarity as she held it in her hand. Despite her attempts to use it on every lock she owned, not a single one turned. It belonged to no door in her home. Yet when she placed it on her coffee table, the long silent grandfather clock in the hallway let out a single eerie chime, breaking the stillness of the house. Puzzled and unsettled, Sarah reported this odd occurrence to the authorities. At first, they dismissed it as a simple mistake or a prank, but Sarah's intuition whispered that something was amiss, a feeling she couldn't shake. Reluctantly, the responding officer accepted the key as evidence, placing it in a small bag that marked the beginning of a chilling investigation. Detective Robert Harmon, a seasoned investigator with a keen instinct, received the case file. The brass key sat on his desk, unassuming yet emitting an aura of unease. Background checks on Sarah revealed a life of normalcy, no criminal record, no red flags. She was just an unsuspecting recipient of a sinister gift. Forensic analysis yielded little besides Sarah's fingerprints on the key. The key itself, a standard Schlage, bore the marks of time and use. But it was when Detective Harmon ran the unique bidding pattern of the key through the department database that the case took a dark turn. 7 years prior, a cold case had uncovered an identical key pattern linked to a storage unit filled with horrors, blood-stained carpets, tools, and photographs of unidentified women. The original investigation had hit a dead end, but now a connection emerged, drawing a sinister thread between the past and present. As the investigation delved deeper, the shadow of a man named Harold Jenkins loomed large. A former neighbor of Sarah, Jenkins had a history of obscurity and untraceability. His trail was cold, his intentions murky, his presence a haunting mystery. The true extent of Jenkins' depravity came to light when a hidden room filled with brass keys was discovered beneath a cabin tied to his name. Each key bore a name and date, a chilling catalog of lives intertwined with unspeakable tragedy. The keys pointed to victims unknown and horrors unseen, buried beneath the earth, waiting to be unearthed. The manhunt for Jenkins escalated, a nationwide pursuit fueled by fear and urgency. Residents trembled at the revelation of a predator lurking in their midst, hidden in plain sight. The press dubbed him the Keymaster, a name that sent shivers down the spine of all who heard it. The hunt culminated in a standoff that ended in tragedy. Jenkins, faced with the inevitability of justice, chose to end his own life, leaving behind a journal of his atrocities and a legacy of terror. The truth, though unearthed, brought little solace to the families of the victims, their pain now etched in the annals of history. Sarah, forever changed by the brush of darkness that had touched her life, never returned to her home, haunted by the realization of how close she had come to the abyss. The grandfather clock, once a source of comfort, now a symbol of violation, held a dark secret within its silent chimes, an intrusion of privacy that chilled her to the core. As the investigation closed, a collection of brass keys sat in an evidence locker, silent witnesses to the horrors that had unfolded. Each key, a poignant reminder of lives lost and a cautionary tale of the darkness that lurks beneath the facade of normalcy, waiting to be unlocked by those who dare to delve into its depths. Story 17. In a quiet suburban neighborhood, where the routine hum of daily life lulls the world into a peaceful slumber, a mysterious package arrived at Sarah Miller's doorstep. The box, devoid of any return label or tracking number, seemed out of place in the tranquil morning light, its cardboard slightly damp from the gentle dew. Addressed correctly but bearing a name unknown to Sarah Daniel Whitaker, this enigmatic package beckoned her curiosity, whispering secrets she had yet to uncover. The logical choice would have been to disregard it, to leave it untouched on the porch where it didn't belong. But the allure of the unknown danced in her mind, coaxing her to unravel its mysteries. As Sarah cautiously peeled back the tape that sealed the box, she anticipated mundane contents like books or clothing. However, what lay within was far from ordinary, a solitary VHS tape, accompanied by a single sticky note with an ominous message, "Watch alone." The weight of the black plastic cassette felt unsettlingly heavy in her hands, as if laden with the burden of forbidden knowledge. Her fingertips traced the worn edges of the tape, discovering the subtle imperfections etched into its casing, each telling a story of its own. The handwritten note bore the fervent urgency of its creator, the pressure marks on the paper speaking volumes of a message meant to be delivered at all costs. Amidst the backdrop of the usual suburban symphony, a distant dog's bark, the laughter of children playing, the rhythmic drone of a lawnmower, Sarah carried the package inside, setting it down on her kitchen counter. Doubt crept into her thoughts as she pondered the unfamiliar name that graced the box. Daniel Whitaker was a stranger to her, a name that had never crossed her path in all her years residing in the cozy house. The previous occupants, the Johnsons, had long bid farewell, leaving behind memories of their golden years. Yet the allure of the package persisted, tugging at Sarah's inquisitive nature. Against her better judgment, Sarah inserted the tape into her antiquated VCR, its screen initially awash with static that gradually sharpened into focus. A dimly lit room materialized on the screen, illuminated by a solitary lamp casting elongated shadows. The camera angle, askew and unsteady, framed a man seated in a wooden chair, his features initially shrouded in darkness. "My name is Daniel Whitaker," his voice, measured and resolute, broke the silence. If you're watching this, someone has found you, and that means they'll find me too. Leaning closer to the camera, he unveiled a visage marked by exhaustion and unwavering vigilance, sunken eyes, stubbled chin, tousled hair. "I am innocent," Daniel continued, his voice tinged with desperation. "They will tell you I am guilty, that I committed a crime I did not, but the truth is far more sinister." The camera trembled as he adjusted it, offering glimpses of the sparse room, a bare canvas devoid of personal touches, a temporary sanctuary for a man on the run. "They framed me," his words carried a weight of betrayal, planted evidence, fabricated stories. Catherine Walsh's murder was a setup, and I was the pawn in their twisted game. The revelation unfolded, painting a picture of deceit and manipulation that shook the very foundation of Sarah's reality. Detective Eliza Ramirez, a beacon of justice in a sea of deception, found herself entangled in a web of lies as she delved deeper into the case. 5 identical VHS tapes, 5 different recipients, all bearing the desperate plea of Daniel Whitaker, a man accused of a crime he vehemently denied. The murder of Catherine Walsh, initially a closed case, morphed into a labyrinth of conspiracy and corruption with each tape that surfaced. The investigation took an unexpected turn when Ramirez unearthed Catherine's involvement in a whistleblower case against PharmaCorp, a pharmaceutical giant entangled in a web of deceit. Evidence of clinical trial manipulation, corporate cover-ups, and a trail of breadcrumbs leading to the truth emerged, shattering the facade of normalcy. As Ramirez connected the dots, a sinister pattern emerged, one that pointed to a higher power pulling the strings from the shadows. Sarah Miller, thrust unwittingly into the heart of the mystery, received a second package that unveiled a trove of incriminating documents, proof of Catherine's crusade for justice, evidence of PharmaCorp's malevolent machinations. With each piece of the puzzle falling into place, Ramirez and Sarah embarked on a quest for truth, following Whitaker's cryptic trail to unravel the conspiracy that threatened to consume them all. In the shadows of a storage unit hidden from prying eyes, the final pieces of the puzzle awaited discovery. Daniel Whitaker's journal, Catherine's damning evidence, and the elaborate scheme to frame an innocent man laid bare the depths of corporate greed and moral bankruptcy. Justice, elusive yet unwavering, emerged victorious as the perpetrators of the heinous crime were unmasked, their reign of terror brought to a halt by the relentless pursuit of truth. As Sarah and Daniel stood face to face, the weight of their shared ordeal hung heavy in the air. "Why me?" Sarah's voice, soft yet resolute, broke the silence. Daniel, wearied by the trials he had endured, met her gaze with a flicker of gratitude. "The algorithm chose you," his words carried the weight of a world restored. "In a sea of deception, your innocence shone brightest, a beacon of hope in the darkness of falsehood." Their encounter, fleeting yet profound, marked the culmination of a journey filled with uncertainty and revelation. The VHS tapes, now relics of a past rife with deceit, stood as a testament to the power of truth in a world veiled by shadows. In a tale where justice prevailed and innocence reclaimed, Sarah and Daniel found solace in the knowledge that sometimes the wrong address leads to the right destination, a place where truth reigns supreme, untainted by the machinations of the corrupt. Story 18: The Enigma of Rebecca Thorne. She wiped away the steam on the mirror, her gaze fixed on her reflection. But in that moment, a sense of unease crept in, subtle yet undeniable. Her features appeared unchanged, her attire familiar, yet a disquieting flicker caught her eye, a movement not of her own making. As she turned away, her reflection remained unmoving, a silent observer watching. Thus began the peculiar case of Rebecca Thorne, unfolding in the quiet shadows of her modest apartment nestled in a serene suburban enclave. Known for her meticulous nature and solitary demeanor, Rebecca led a structured life as a data analyst, her days governed by precision and routine. No one could have foreseen that she would become enmeshed in a mystery that would baffle investigators and cast a haunting pall over the community for years to come. The initial signs were subtle, easily dismissed. Objects in her home shifted, subtly rearranged, a coffee mug here, a book there, her toothbrush in an unfamiliar spot. At first she attributed these anomalies to mere lapses in memory, the byproduct of long hours spent poring over spreadsheets under harsh fluorescent lights, straining her eyes until reality blurred. Detective Marion Shaw's involvement was sparked by Rebecca's persistent disturbances, escalating until she felt compelled to seek aid from the authorities. At first glance, the situation appeared devoid of criminal intent, more suited for the realm of mental health services than law enforcement. Shaw cataloged the reports, deeming them non-urgent, lacking concrete evidence of wrongdoing. It was a sense of disquiet, intangible yet pervasive, Shaw later recounted. A woman adrift in her own home, sensing a disturbance in the stillness. The pivotal moment arrived with the incident in the bathroom mirror, recounted in chilling detail during Rebecca's subsequent interaction with the police. Her reflection had seemed to move independently, a silent echo haunting her solitude. This time she provided proof a security camera trained on her front door. The footage unveiled a truth that sent shivers down the spines of even the most seasoned law enforcers. In the grainy video, Rebecca departed for work in the morning, only for a figure identical to her in every aspect to enter the apartment 20 minutes later. Forensic scrutiny revealed no signs of tampering or digital manipulation. The intruder moved with eerie precision, clad in Rebecca's attire, bearing her distinct leather bag. However, irrefutable evidence from her workplace security system confirmed Rebecca's presence at her office across town at the same time. "We are faced with a doppelganger scenario," Shaw informed her superiors. A meticulous mimicry of Ms. Thorne, executed with unsettling accuracy by an unknown entity. The investigation deepened, yielding no fingerprints besides Rebecca's own within her residence, no foreign DNA to shed light on the enigma. Neighbors attested to observing nothing amiss, only the sight of Rebecca coming and going, a routine unbroken. Mrs. Keller recalled an encounter with Rebecca, met with silence, a deviation from her usual demeanor that raised no alarms at the time. As the anomalies multiplied, Rebecca meticulously documented each disturbance, a chronicle of creeping unease. Food vanished from her fridge, unaccounted for. Her computer bore traces of searches she had not initiated. Most disconcerting were the selfies on her phone, mirroring her likeness but devoid of her memory. In some, her visage bore a subtly altered demeanor, a smile too wide, eyes too intense. "I fear the descent into madness," Rebecca confided to Detective Shaw during their subsequent meeting. "Or perhaps someone orchestrates this illusion to sow doubt within me." A breakthrough emerged as a pattern surfaced in the surveillance footage. The doppelganger materialized only in Rebecca's absence during specific appointments, therapy sessions, yoga classes, Sunday morning grocery runs, predetermined activities, their durations predictable. "Your routine is known to them," Shaw elucidated. "This is not haphazard, but a calculated intrusion into your life." A forensic psychologist posited a theory of fixation, a relentless obsession with assuming Rebecca's identity, gradually supplanting her existence. Such cases, though rare, found a place in psychological archives. The perpetrator, driven by a fractured psyche, fixated on a victim embodying coveted traits, stability, beauty, success. The focus narrowed on a former colleague of Rebecca's, Lily Winters, dismissed for escalating erratic behavior. Lily had shared a close professional bond with Rebecca, noting similarities between them. Post-dismissal, she inundated Rebecca with unsettling emails hinting at an eerie kinship. "We are akin in essence," one missive proclaimed. "At times, I embody you more than you yourself." With a warrant in hand, Detective Shaw delved into Lily's abode, unearthing a chilling tableau that transformed the case from unsettling to sinister. Within a room, Lily had fashioned a shrine-like replica of Rebecca's bedroom, walls adorned with snapshots, countless images of Rebecca in varied settings, taken unbeknownst to her. A closet harbored duplicates of Rebecca's wardrobe, cosmetics mirroring her preferred brands arranged meticulously. Detailed notes chronicled her quirks, speech patterns, daily rituals. But most damning were the practice videos, capturing Lily's evolution in mimicking Rebecca's gait, gestures, expressions. The progression was evident: initial attempts clumsy, later renditions nearing indistinguishability from the authentic Rebecca. "She aspired to assimilate my essence," Rebecca murmured upon confronting the evidence. "This was no mere mimicry, but an erasure of my very being." Forensic scrutiny uncovered tools for duplicating keys and cloning electronic access cards. Lily had orchestrated a meticulous scheme, monitoring Rebecca's movements with precision, her calendar a roadmap of predicted engagements. The endgame eluded investigators, shrouded in the ambiguity of Lily's intent. Journals unearthed within Lily's abode oscillated between first and third person, blurring the line between identities. References to Rebecca intermingled with self-referential pronouns, a disconcerting narrative unfolding. The final entry forewarned: "Soon one shall prevail, the superior entity shall endure." When the authorities moved to apprehend Lily, she had vanished, leaving behind traces of a sudden departure, drawers ajar, select technology absent. A nationwide manhunt ensued, while Rebecca found refuge in protective custody, whisked away to a clandestine haven under constant vigil. For 3 weeks, every vestige of Rebecca's former life fell under scrutiny, monitored with unwavering scrutiny. Lily remained elusive, concealed within the shadows, her presence a specter haunting Rebecca's existence. The saga reached its disquieting climax when a security guard at Rebecca's former workplace reported a curious sighting. Rebecca, on leave and shielded in seclusion, had been sighted entering the premises. Surveillance footage bore witness to her doppelganger accessing the building with a valid ID, perusing her former workstation, sifting through files with meticulous intent. While Rebecca remained under safeguard at an undisclosed location, the disquieting truth crystallized. Lily had not fled but executed her gambit, assuming Rebecca's mantle, seamlessly integrating into her life as the real Rebecca lingered in obscurity. The case lingers unresolved. Lily Winters remains at large, a phantom in the wind. Rebecca Thorne opted to forge a new existence, shedding her former identity for anonymity in uncharted realms. Detective Shaw preserves a photograph on her desk, 2 countenances eerily alike, one Rebecca Thorne, the other Lily Winters. She scrutinizes their features, seeking nuances that set them apart, the subtleties that demarcate one from the other. The true horror, Shaw imparts to the novices under her wing, does not lie in resembling another or echoing their voice. It resides in the desire to usurp their essence, to obliterate oneself in the pursuit. Identity is not merely an exterior facade, but a sanctum we guard zealously. Sometimes it takes a usurper to illuminate its worth. Story 19: The Mystery of the Vanishing Families. The ancient box lay buried beneath layers of forgotten belongings in the dusty attic, a relic untouched by time, holding secrets waiting to be unveiled. Among the faded Polaroids of past celebrations and gatherings, there was one that stood out, shrouded in an eerie aura of the unknown. As she sifted through the photographs, Rebecca's eyes fixated on the final image. It depicted a family seated in her very own living room, the familiar surroundings a stark contrast to the strangers captured within the frame. A sense of unease gripped her as she noticed a figure lurking in the shadows, a man watching from the hallway with an intensity that sent shivers down her spine. Descending the creaking wooden stairs, Rebecca carried the mysterious photograph to the stark light of the kitchen, where its unsettling familiarity became undeniable. The architecture, the decor, all mirrored her own home, yet the family in the picture remained a haunting enigma. Enter Detective Morgan, a seasoned investigator with a weathered exterior that hinted at a lifetime of unraveling enigmas. With a keen eye, he examined the photograph, delving into the depths of its secrets with a silent determination that spoke volumes. As the investigation unfolded, a chilling pattern emerged. Families had come and gone from the house, each one vanishing without a trace after precisely 1 year of residence. The enigmatic figure in the photograph, identified as Samuel Whitfield, linked the disappearances to a dark past shrouded in mystery. Beneath the unassuming surface of the house, hidden beneath layers of concrete, lay the chilling truth. The missing families, perfectly preserved in their final moments, silently bore witness to the inexplicable horrors that had unfolded within the walls of the house. Rebecca, now a mere pawn in a sinister game orchestrated by unseen forces, was forced to flee to safety as the darkness closed in around her. The discovery of a hidden crawlspace in the attic revealed Whitfield's twisted obsession with capturing the essence of each family before they met their untimely fate. As the investigation delved deeper, the whispers of the past echoed through the empty corridors of the house, a testament to the lingering presence of Samuel Whitfield and the families he had claimed as his own. The shadows shifted, the secrets whispered by the walls remained untold, and the truth behind the man in the photograph continued to elude those who sought to unravel the enigma. The house, now a silent sentinel of forgotten horrors, stood as a chilling reminder of the darkness that lurked within its walls. And somewhere in the depths of the night, new photographs developed, capturing the essence of unsuspecting families as they unknowingly became part of a sinister legacy that spanned generations. The investigation may have ceased, but the whispers of the past lingered on, a haunting reminder of the mysteries that remained unsolved. And as the shadows deepened, those who dared to seek the truth found themselves ensnared in a web of darkness, their every move watched by unseen eyes, their every breath tinged with the chill of the unknown. Story 20. In the stillness of the night, a flicker danced across the baby monitor's screen, a mere glitch in the feed. The mother, Rebecca, brushed it off as mere interference, a trick of technology. But then a crackling of static filled the room, and a hushed voice slipped through the airwaves, whispering, "SHHH, go back to sleep." A shiver ran down Rebecca's spine, her blood turning cold as ice in her veins. With a racing heart, she dashed to her son Samuel's room, dread clutching at her chest. But as she flung open the door, the crib stood empty, the room cloaked in an eerie silence. The window remained shut, the door securely locked. The only anomaly was a stuffed rabbit, abandoned on the floor, its unseeing black eyes seeming to pierce through the darkness. In a frenzy of panic and despair, Rebecca's screams pierced the night, echoing through the walls until her voice grew hoarse. The neighbors, stirred from their slumber, called for help, summoning the authorities to the scene. And there they found Rebecca, cradling the stuffed rabbit, lost in a world of torment, her heart shattered by the inexplicable disappearance of her infant son. As the investigation unfolded, it seemed as if shadows danced around the truth, obscuring the path to answers. No signs of forced entry marred the household, the security system standing guard throughout the night, undisturbed. The baby monitor's footage revealed only the mysterious voice and static, leaving investigators puzzled by the enigma that had unfolded in the dead of night. Suspicion soon turned towards Rebecca, her past struggles with postpartum depression casting a shadow over her grief. Her husband Daniel had been absent on business, their fractured marriage a whispered tale among the community. Whispers swirled, weaving a web of doubt and fear around the grieving mother. Yet a glimmer of hope emerged amidst the darkness, a discovery of fibers, delicate and foreign, clinging to the nursery windowsill. These fibers, belonging to a rare climbing rope, hinted at a skilled intruder scaling the walls to reach the second-floor nursery from the outside world. With the focus shifting, new revelations emerged with Daniel's return from his trip. Unusual calluses adorned his hands, a result of a newfound hobby in rock climbing, a hobby that seemed to hold more secrets than solace. Financial records painted a troubling portrait, revealing a web of deceit and betrayal that stretched far beyond the confines of the home. The unraveling of the truth led to a shocking revelation: the baby monitor had been tampered with, its signal manipulated to deceive and mislead. And in a dimly lit basement, Samuel was found, cradled in the arms of a woman named Elaine, a ghost from Daniel's past haunting the present with her twisted desires. As the layers of deception peeled away, the courtroom fell into a hushed stillness, the truth echoing through the chambers in whispers and gasps. Daniel and Elaine's schemes laid bare, their guilt undeniable in the face of damning evidence and shattered alibis. And as justice was served, Rebecca and Samuel sought solace in a new beginning, far from the shadows of the past. The baby monitor lay silent, a sentinel of truth in a world of lies. Rebecca kept the stuffed rabbit, a silent witness to the horrors that had unfolded, a reminder of the darkness that lurked beneath the surface. And as the night sky enveloped them in its embrace, a sense of peace settled over them, the whispers of the past fading into the gentle lull of sleep, where dreams held no secrets, only the promise of a new dawn. Story 21. The old wooden plank betrayed her trust with a subtle creak as she stepped on it, a small shift, barely noticeable, yet enough to pique her curiosity. She knelt down, her fingers tracing the edges of the loose board, sensing the hidden secret beneath. The floor, once thought solid, now whispered of concealed mysteries. With gentle precision, she lifted the boards, unveiling a dark, narrow space that lay hidden beneath the house. In the dim light, at first, she saw nothing but dust dancing in the air and cobwebs clinging to the corners. But as her eyes adjusted to the darkness, shapes began to emerge: a mattress, a chair, and tucked away in the shadows, a weathered notebook, its pages filled with a single name, her name written repeatedly, as if etched by a ghostly hand. Detective Morgan Reed observed silently as Sarah Coleman peered into the abyss beneath her newly acquired home. The fear reflected in Sarah's eyes spoke volumes beyond the mere discovery of a hidden room. It resonated with the violation of sanctuary, the intrusion of a malevolent presence into what should have been a fresh beginning. "Touch nothing else," Detective Reed's voice, steady and unwavering, broke the silence. She clicked on her flashlight, casting a beam that unveiled more of the clandestine chamber. The walls, adorned with photographs, told a chilling tale, images of Sarah captured in moments of vulnerability, unaware of the eyes that watched her every move, a shrine of obsession that had lurked beneath her very feet. Sarah had purchased the quaint cottage from the estate of Walter Green, an elderly recluse who had passed away without kin. The property, vacant for months, had seemed a promising haven until now. The real estate listing had painted a picture of charm and minor renovations, omitting any hint of the hidden nightmare lying dormant. "I never met him, the previous owner," Sarah's voice trembled. "The neighbors spoke of his reclusiveness. I was told the basement access had been sealed off long ago. That's what the report said." Crime scene investigators arrived, their presence marked by the solemn thud of equipment against the wooden floor. They meticulously documented every detail, preserving evidence as they retrieved the mattress, the chair, and the haunting notebook from the concealed chamber. Forensic analysis later revealed a myriad of fingerprints, all belonging to Walter Green, scattered throughout the hidden space, a testament to his clandestine vigil. What troubled the investigators most was the timeline they unraveled. Through utility records and dated photographs, they discerned that Walter had been shadowing Sarah for at least 3 years before his demise. He had woven himself into the fabric of her life, a specter in her midst, unnoticed and unseen. The fixation often escalates, the department's psychologist explained somberly. From fantasy to intent, the hidden room suggests a darker design, a plan left unfulfilled. Detective Reed's inquiry took a twist when she interviewed Walter's former coworker from the local shopping center maintenance department. The man, fidgeting nervously, divulged fragments of Walter's infatuation with Sarah. He'd mention her, say she was special. I brushed it off as harmless admiration. I never imagined. His voice trailed off, haunted by the revelations. Obtaining a warrant, Reed delved into Walter's workplace locker, unearthing a key with no apparent purpose in his residence. The key's origin led them to a storage unit registered under his name. With a screech, the metal door revealed a meticulous replica of Sarah's past life, a chilling mirroring of her former abode, down to the minutest detail. A mannequin, adorned with a wig mimicking Sarah's signature style, added a surreal touch to the unsettling scene. Most disturbing was the calendar, its pages marked with a date mere days after Walter's demise. A crimson circle encapsulated the date, a single word etched upon it: together. The investigation unveiled Walter's troubled past, his institutionalization due to an earlier fixation in his youth. His history of erotomania, the delusion of reciprocated love, resurfaced, dormant until Sarah unwittingly triggered his latent obsession. Spread across the table at the precinct, the crime scene photographs painted a portrait of delusion and despair. In his mind, they shared a bond, a destined union, Reed elucidated, her gaze fixed on the haunting images. Could she have crossed paths with him unknowingly, inciting this obsession? A fellow detective pondered. Reed shook her head. Sometimes these fixations need no catalyst. A fleeting gesture, a passing glance, an ember to ignite an inferno in a fractured mind. Sarah, unable to reclaim her peace, chose to part ways with the house tainted by Walter's spectral presence. During the final walkthrough with her realtor, she stood in the living room, a shiver coursing through her being. "I can't help but wonder what might have been if he hadn't met his end. How long would I have dwelt here, ignorant of his gaze, unaware of the abyss beneath my very feet?" With Walter's passing, the case closed, labeled as stalking with intent, though the sinister plot never came to fruition. Sarah, now a ghost in her own life, relocated far from the memories that haunted her. Detective Reed, a silent sentinel, occasionally checked on her, a reminder of the thin line that separated Sarah from a fate she narrowly escaped. The cottage found new occupants, a young couple oblivious to its dark history. The hidden chamber was sealed, the floorboards replaced, a fa of normalcy reinstated. Life moved forward, yet for those privy to the truth, the tale of the room beneath the floor lingered as a cautionary whisper, a testament to the unseen perils that lurk, the monsters that fade into shadows, and the victims who unknowingly dance on the precipice of their own demise. Story 22. The aged envelope bore the marks of time, its once white edges now tinged with a soft yellow hue, yet the stamp adorning it was crisp and new, a recent dispatch. With a delicate touch, the detective unfolded the envelope, revealing a solitary sheet of paper within. The message, hastily typed in an uneven, rushed script, read simply, "I am sorry for what I did." A faint dampness clung to the paper, carrying with it a faint metallic scent. Only upon closer inspection did Detective Sarah Morgan notice the faint reddish smear along the paper's edge, a stain that whispered a darker tale. It was no ink that tainted the paper, but human blood, a chilling revelation that sent a shiver down her spine. Swiftly she sealed the letter in an evidence bag, her gloved hands moving with practiced precision. The forensics team's findings confirmed her suspicions. The blood matched the DNA from an unsolved homicide case that had plagued the department for years. The victim, a young journalist named Rebecca Warren, had been discovered in her apartment, her body bearing the cruel marks of multiple stab wounds. Her laptop was missing, her notes strewn across the floor, a silent testament to a story left unfinished. Despite tireless efforts and countless interviews, the case had grown cold, a mystery buried in shadows. And then, like a whisper in the night, the letter arrived at the precinct, addressed simply to the Homicide Division. Sparse fingerprints adorned the paper and envelope, hinting at a careful sender who had taken precautions. The postmark, however, offered a flicker of hope, a slender thread to follow in the darkness. Gathering her team in the dimly lit briefing room, Morgan pinned the letter at the heart of their investigation board. "This changes everything," she murmured to the room. "Our perpetrator shows signs of remorse." Detective James Chen, her steadfast partner in this enduring quest, studied the letter intently. "Or perhaps it's a facade," he suggested, "a macabre play staged to mock us." The forensics team traced the unique typewriter impressions to a model long out of production, a relic of the past, rare but not beyond reach. They delved into antique shops and collections, casting their net wider in search of the elusive typewriter's owner. As the investigation gained momentum, they delved into Rebecca's life, peeling back layers to reveal a relentless spirit dedicated to uncovering truths. Her latest inquiry had led her to a wealthy family entangled in local politics, their shadows cast long over the city. With the patriarch's recent passing, dark secrets had been stirred, siblings locked in a bitter dance of accusations and greed. Interviewing Rebecca's boyfriend, Michael Barnes, revealed a subtle shift in his demeanor, a crack in his facade. Rebecca feared she was being followed, he confessed, his voice tinged with regret. "I dismissed her concerns, blinded by my own disbelief." While the detectives pursued this new light, a second letter arrived, bearing the same typewritten message, the same haunting bloodstain. This time the confession ran deeper. She delved too deep into the family's secrets, the inheritance, the old man's fate. It was never meant to end like this. Their path led them to the grand estate of the deceased patriarch, where they confronted the eldest son, Richard. Among his collection of antiques lay vintage typewriters, echoes of a bygone era. His explanations rang hollow, rehearsed a mask slipping. The breakthrough came with the discovery of microscopic fibers on the envelopes, linking them to custom stationery used solely by the family's youngest daughter, Eleanor. Her revelation unraveled a tangled web. Richard's request to borrow her stationery, a seemingly innocent act with sinister implications. A search of Richard's abode unearthed a hidden chamber, a chamber filled with damning evidence, clippings of Rebecca, surveillance images, and a vintage typewriter identical to the one used for the letters. The blood spoke its silent truth, sealing Richard's fate. Yet the web stretched further, revealing a dark alliance between Richard and Michael. Financial records unveiled a sinister pact, a bargain struck in shadows. Michael's confession laid bare a chilling truth, a plot gone awry, a life snuffed out in pursuit of secrets. And as Alina stepped forward with a damning recording, capturing Richard's chilling directive to silence Rebecca forever, the final piece slid into place. Richard's arrest was swift, his protestations of innocence drowned out by the weight of evidence. In the courtroom, as justice unfolded its somber dance, Rebecca's parents found a measure of solace in Richard's conviction. The blood-stained letters, now silent witnesses to a tragedy, stood as a stark reminder that even the most meticulously laid plans could unravel, undone by the echoes of remorse. Rebecca Warren's case became a cautionary tale, a lesson in the art of detection. It whispered to new investigators that sometimes the key to unlocking a mystery lay not in high-tech wizardry, but in the echoes of a typewriter's keys and the burden of guilt that shadows a killer's steps into the night. Story 23. The aging library faced its fate, marked for demolition. The workers diligently carried out their tasks, nearing the completion of their mission when a serendipitous event occurred. Amidst the dusty shelves, a worker stumbled upon a hidden latch concealed within the intricate patterns of a bookshelf. With a soft, almost imperceptible click, the entire bookcase swung open, revealing a clandestine passage that led to a chamber untouched by time. As the workers peered into the hidden room, a sense of eerie stillness enveloped them. The air hung heavy, thick with the weight of decades of solitude. There was no sign of life, no comforting presence of furniture, only a solitary chair bolted to the floor at the room's center. And etched repeatedly on the desolate walls, a haunting message echoed in the dim light, "I am still here." The construction foreman wasted no time in alerting the authorities. What had begun as a routine demolition swiftly morphed into a chilling enigma that gripped the heart of the small town. Detective Morgan Walsh, a seasoned investigator with 2 decades of experience, arrived at the scene. His steady gaze swept over the room, the beam of his flashlight slicing through the darkness to reveal the cryptic message that adorned the walls. "Secure the area," Walsh commanded, his voice resounding in the confined space. "No one disturbs a thing until the forensics team arrives." The history of the building cast a shadow of intrigue over the unfolding mystery. Once owned by the esteemed Harrington family, the library had been gifted to the public following the mysterious disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca. She had vanished without a trace during her final year of college, leaving behind only the abandoned shell of her car near the edge of the woods. Despite exhaustive efforts, the case had grown cold, shrouded in uncertainty and unanswered questions. As forensic experts meticulously combed through the hidden room, they uncovered traces of hair and fibers embedded in the ancient chair. The walls, scarred by the repeated message, harbored minute remnants of blood and skin cells beneath layers of neglect. Initial analysis hinted at a somber truth: a young woman had been confined within these walls, her struggles etched into the very fabric of the room. Walsh delved deeper, his intuition guiding him towards the tangled web of the Harrington family's past. A peculiar detail caught his attention: the timing of the library's donation coinciding eerily with Rebecca's disappearance. A closer examination unearthed a disturbing revelation. The contractor responsible for the bookshelf's installation had strong ties to Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle and the family's patriarch. Financial records hinted at transactions that far exceeded the standard costs of renovation, hinting at a darker purpose behind the hidden room. Former library staff shared their astonishment at the discovery, each voice tinged with disbelief. None had been aware of the concealed chamber, except for an elderly librarian who recalled Maxwell's peculiar fixation on preserving that section of the building. His insistence on its untouched state had raised no suspicion at the time, dismissed as a quirk of an eccentric gentleman. The pieces of the puzzle began to align when DNA evidence confirmed the link between the biological material found in the hidden room and samples from Rebecca's personal belongings. The grim truth emerged from the shadows. Rebecca had not fled. She had been imprisoned, potentially by a member of her own family. With a warrant in hand, the detectives descended upon the Harrington estate. In Maxwell's secluded study, a leather-bound journal hidden beneath a false bottom drawer laid bare the depths of his obsession with his niece. The entries chronicled a descent into madness, culminating in a chilling resolve to silence Rebecca's voice forever. When confronted with the damning evidence, Maxwell's fa-deck crumbled, revealing the darkness that lurked within. She knew too much. His words hung heavily in the air, devoid of remorse. I couldn't let her destroy everything we had built. His confession painted a harrowing portrait of betrayal and tragedy. Maxwell had lured Rebecca to the library, intent on silencing her. In a fatal moment of confrontation, he had ended her life, entombing her beneath the floorboards of the hidden room, a macabre secret hidden from the world. The excavation of the hidden room unearthed the stark reality of Rebecca's fate. Her skeletal remains, clad in the silver bracelet gifted by her parents, offered a poignant reminder of a life cut short by treachery and deceit. The Harrington family, once revered in the community, now stood as a specter of their former selves, haunted by the sins of the past. As Maxwell faced the consequences of his actions, the community gathered at the library, now a somber monument to a tragedy long buried. Flowers adorned the entrance, a silent tribute to a life extinguished too soon. And amidst the echoes of the past, Rebecca's final message, "I am still here," resonated, a testament to her enduring spirit and the justice that had finally come to light. Story 24. The quaint costume emporium was on the brink of closure, its shelves stripped bare as remnants of nostalgia found new homes. Amidst the fading magic, a woman's hand brushed against a forgotten mask, hidden in shadows, its eerie beauty captivating yet disquieting. Placing it gently on the counter, she met the cashier's hesitant gaze, his voice a murmur of disquiet, "That's not ours." Perplexed, she sought a tag only to find none, a mystery she embraced as she carried it away, a silent companion in her solitude. As night draped its velvet veil, a soft rustle stirred her from slumber, a whisper of fabric caressing the air. Her eyes, heavy with dreams, met a chilling sight: the mask, once dormant on the dresser, now perched on the nightstand, its gaze fixed upon her. In the morning's hush, a neighbor's unexpected visit unveiled a tragedy etched in shadows. The door ajar, light spilled like liquid gold, illuminating a tableau of sorrow. Catherine Reed, once vibrant, now lay still on the floor. The mask vanished into the realm of whispers. Detective Morgan's arrival painted the scene in shades of sorrow, a haunting puzzle begging to be solved. Clicking shutters marked time as voices danced in muted tones. No forced entry, a whisper in the symphony of facts. The detective, a weaver of truths, noticed the subtle dance of details: a jar drawer, a lipstick-stained glass, a life extinguished in the night's embrace. The medical examiner's solemn words echoed, unveiling a mystery veiled in silence. No wounds, no struggle, only terror etched in stone. Catherine, a connoisseur of art's hidden truths, lived in the world of shadows and light. Her discerning eye, a beacon of authenticity, now dimmed by the unknown. A journey into her past unveiled whispers of a talent that may have courted death's embrace. The mask, a specter of forgotten tales, held a secret woven in threads of fear and longing. A journey into the past through surveillance's lens unveiled a tapestry of confusion. The mask, a stranger to the shop's memory, bore witness to a legacy of death and despair. The owner's trembling words unveiled a tale of haunting origins, a collector's demise casting shadows on the present. Forensics discovery, a tapestry woven in whispers, led to the truth buried in Catherine's touch. Microscopic fibers, a bridge between worlds, told a tale of fear and fascination. Each victim, a chapter in a book of shadows, their souls claimed by the mask's silent call. An ancient detective, a keeper of secrets, shared a tale of symbols and souls. A journal, a beacon of truth, whispered of a presence lurking in the shadows, of masks that moved in silence, hungry for life's essence. Catherine's final entry, a plea for understanding, revealed a truth too strange to be silenced. As the case unfolded like petals in the night, a sinister truth emerged from the shadows. Fear, a silent reaper, claimed Catherine's life in a dance of shadows and light. Surveillance's gaze, a silent witness, captured a figure in the night, a mimicry of life wearing death's visage. The missing mask, a ghost in the night, whispered of a cycle unbroken, a hunger unsated. Its journey, a symphony of fear and longing, echoed in the night's embrace. The detective, a guardian of truth, held Catherine's journal close, a reminder of a truth too strange for the light of day. In the stillness of the night, she felt a presence watching, a shadow in the corner of her mind. The mask, a phantom of forgotten tales, waited in the darkness, hungry for a new host. And as the world slept, it moved in silence, seeking out the next soul to claim in its endless dance of shadows and light. Story 25. The hotel stood as a relic of forgotten times, its worn facade whispering stories of transient souls passing through its doors. A place where weary travelers sought respite for a night, a fleeting stop in their journeys. The receptionist, with a peculiar look in his eyes, handed her the key, his words barely a murmur, just, "Don't take the last door on the left." Intrigue gripped her as she ventured down the dimly illuminated hallway that night, the air heavy with shadows and unspoken secrets. Pausing before the seemingly ordinary door, she felt a chill seep through the handle, a subtle warning that something lay beyond the surface. Pressing her ear against the door, she heard a faint whisper, a presence lingering just out of reach. Detective Morgan Reed awoke from her slumber, her senses sharpened as she crossed under the yellow tape marking the threshold of a grim crime scene. The metallic tang of blood greeted her, a familiar scent that led her to the scene of tragedy. Amidst the stark contrasts of the room, a young woman lay lifeless, her form a stark contrast to the untouched surroundings. As she knelt beside the victim, a puzzle unfolded before her eyes, each piece a clue in a macabre game. The forensic technician's voice cut through the stillness, detailing the grim reality of another life lost to a familiar signature of violence. 3 women, all connected by threads unseen, their fates bound by a killer's cruel hand. Back at the precinct, Reed delved deeper into the case, the pieces of the puzzle slowly coming together to reveal a chilling pattern. The victims, seemingly unrelated, shared a common thread that led her down a twisted path of deceit and betrayal. With each revelation, the darkness of the killer's motives became clearer, a facade of normalcy shattered by hidden desires and a thirst for control. Behind the polished veneer of respectability lay a heart consumed by darkness, a void where compassion should have resided. The trial unveiled the truth, a spectacle of justice served to a man devoid of remorse. The courtroom's sterile walls bore witness to the unraveling of a facade, exposing the depths of a soul lost to its own depravity. Though the case was closed, its echoes lingered in the corridors of Reed's mind. The memories of closed doors and whispered secrets haunted her, a reminder that darkness could lurk behind even the most ordinary facades. In the quiet of the evidence locker, the hotel keys lay silent witnesses to a story of horror and betrayal, their metal surfaces holding the weight of lives lost to a killer's twisted desires. A chilling reminder that some doors once opened could never be shut, their shadows forever etched in the annals of time. Story 26. Once upon a time, there was a woman with a desire to repaint the nursery in preparation for her upcoming bundle of joy. The walls of the room were cloaked in a faded blue hue, a color that seemed to whisper of stories buried within its layers. As she applied the first coat of fresh white paint, a hidden secret began to emerge from beneath the surface, a message gradually materializing in the form of barely visible letters that grew sharper and clearer with each stroke of the brush. The cryptic message inscribed beneath the layers of paint sent a shiver down her spine. "Don't let it hear you." Startled, she took a step back, her eyes scanning the room until they landed on a chilling sight: tiny handprints imprinted in the wet paint, positioned too high on the wall to have been made by any child. This unsettling discovery within the nursery of the Morgan residence was just the beginning of a dark and enigmatic saga that would come to be known as the Whispering House case. The young couple had recently purchased the Victorian-style home for a suspiciously low price, unaware of the ominous history that lurked within its walls. The real estate agent had conveniently omitted any mention of the property's eerie past, describing only minor cosmetic issues. Detective Sarah Klein, notebook in hand, arrived at the residence and was greeted by a pregnant woman whose tired eyes betrayed her lack of sleep. The expectant mother, clad in paint-splattered overalls, recounted the unsettling discovery of the hidden message and the ghostly handprints that defied explanation. According to her, the previous owners had vanished overnight, leaving behind no trace except for rumors circulating among the neighbors. As Detective Klein ventured through the historic home, the aged floorboards creaked beneath her footsteps, adding to the eerie atmosphere that permeated the air. Upon reaching the nursery, she observed the partially painted wall with the ominous message still faintly visible beneath the unfinished coat of paint. Adjacent to the message were 5 small handprints, chillingly positioned at the height of an adult's shoulders. Back at the precinct, Detective Klein delved into the property's records, uncovering a concerning pattern of frequent turnover among owners. More disturbing were the reports of child welfare issues filed by previous residents, detailing experiences of inexplicable whispers and unseen entities haunting the home. Further investigation led the detective to the home's dark past, linking it to Alina Blackwood, a wealthy widow who had once operated an orphanage on the premises during a bygone era. Tragic newspaper clippings chronicled the disappearance of 5 children under her care, their fate shrouded in mystery. Interviews with former residents unveiled a consistent narrative of paranormal activities within the house, objects moving on their own, ghostly laughter echoing through the corridors, and mysterious messages appearing on the walls. But it was the recurring warning found during each repainting of the nursery that sent chills down the detective's spine. A forensic analysis of the writing and handprints revealed a sinister truth. Eleanor Blackwood's spectral presence seemed to linger within the walls, her malevolent legacy reaching across time to terrify the unsuspecting inhabitants. The investigation took a macabre turn when ground-penetrating radar uncovered a chilling secret concealed beneath the basement floor. 5 child-sized shapes, suggesting a tragic end to the missing orphans. Excavation revealed a grim truth: the remains of the 5 children, each bearing a pendant with their engraved names, finally putting to rest the mystery of their disappearance. As the House of Horrors was sealed off, the nursery walls demolished, and justice served for the innocent victims, a lingering unease persisted. The spectral echoes of the past seemed to whisper through the cracks of time, a reminder that some crimes leave an indelible mark that no amount of fresh paint can erase. And so the house stood empty, a haunting monument to its dark history, while Detective Klein kept a solemn memento of the case, a photograph capturing the eerie glow of 5 tiny handprints in the darkness, a poignant reminder of the lingering spirits that refused to be silenced. Story 27. In the quiet corner of the coffee shop, where time seemed to linger in the gentle swirls of steam rising from cups, a man had made his home. His presence, a ghostly routine observed by the barista who knew his face but not his name, unfolded in the familiar rhythm of years gone by. Each day he'd arrive, take his seat at the same table, and order his black coffee, no sugar, with a quiet nod of gratitude. His silence enveloped him, a cloak of mystery that shielded him from the curiosity of others. Then one day he didn't come. The absence lingered like an unanswered question, a whisper in the air that no one could decipher. Concern rippled through the shop, reaching its peak when the police, led by Detective Sarah Mercer, investigated the man's usual spot. There, left behind like a breadcrumb trail, was a wallet. Inside, a driver's license bore a face but revealed no name, no address, just a haunting blank space where identity should have resided. As Detective Mercer delved deeper into the enigma of the man now known as John Doe, the security footage revealed a chilling truth. He had entered the shop, taken his seat, but had vanished into the shadows of the unknown. The footage replayed the mundane actions of a man who had become extraordinary in his disappearance, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions that whispered of secrets untold. The enigma deepened as the investigation unearthed more mysteries. The wallet, meticulously arranged with cryptic clues, offered no solace. Blank spaces taunted the investigators, leading them down a rabbit hole of uncertainty. A lone business card, bearing only a cryptic phone number, hinted at connections beyond the tangible world. In their pursuit of truth, Mercer and her team encountered dead ends and cryptographers baffled by the coded pages of the man's notebook. Architectural sketches of unknown buildings and a mirror etched with enigmatic symbols hinted at a reality beyond their grasp. It was as if the man, John Doe, existed on the fringes of their understanding, a ghostly presence in a world he had left behind. The mirror, an ancient artifact with a hidden past, drew Mercer's gaze into its depths. Its reflection held secrets, distorted truths that whispered of a reality beyond reach. When the mirror was finally lifted from its place, a hidden chamber revealed a trove of identical wallets, each a mirror of the man they sought. A journal, its pages echoing with the voice of the vanished man, spoke of experiments in time and identity, of windows closing and realities shifting. As Mercer pieced together the fragments of the puzzle, a new ally emerged in the form of Margaret Keller, a former physicist with knowledge of parallel worlds and quantum mirrors. The pieces of the puzzle began to align, revealing a truth stranger than fiction. Daniel Weston, the man who didn't exist, had crossed boundaries between worlds, his disappearance a testament to the thin veil that separated realities. In the hushed twilight of the coffee shop, Mercer uncovered the final pieces of the mystery. Security footage, a shattered mirror, and a final note left behind spoke of an experiment completed, a window closed. Daniel Weston's existence, a fleeting whisper in the fabric of reality, left a mark on those who dared to seek the truth. As the case of the man who didn't exist faded into legend, the coffee shop closed its doors, a chapter in history forever sealed. Daniel Weston's fate remained a mystery, his notebooks vanished like shadows in the night. Detective Mercer, haunted by the echoes of a world beyond, found solace in the act of writing, her words a bridge between what was and what could be. And so, the tale of the man who slipped through the cracks of reality lingered in the minds of those who dared to dream of worlds unseen, of mirrors that reflected more than mere images. In the silence of the night, the echoes of a vanished man whispered of windows closing and realities shifting, leaving behind a legacy of mystery and wonder.